NBA countdown, which isn't going to get me the right stream anyway. Oh, God. Oh, God, that's loud. All right, good. Live there. Hello, all. Actually, I forgot something, so I'll be right back. But what I'll do is I'll run the Kerr pregame. We were gonna have Jeffrey on here, but he got sick last minute with some sort of flu that's going on there in Australia, I suppose. Steve Kerr.
Command station on sequence. We are go.
Okay.
Great coach. He's contributed so much to the game, and we've had
StreamYard.
A great friendship over the years. So really happy for Mike, and I know he'll be in here at some point. But I wanted to congratulate him before we got started today.
Start with CJ up front.
Yeah.
CJ Holmes, San Francisco Chronicle. Steve, how's Andre feeling, and what was behind the decision to shut him down tonight?
His knee swelled up on him yesterday afternoon, and so he'll be out tonight and day to day.
What did Tim next?
Try not to ask you specific strategy questions, but Steph has mentioned that there's 6 games left and everything should be on the table and go and do whatever's necessary. When you have played Steph extra minutes, which you have done in some series, have you noticed anything there? You noticed like for one series he can do it, for 4 games he can do it, anything like that?
No, I mean, I think in general, when we've gotten to the finals, we've bumped up his minutes a little bit, probably around 40. We were on pace, I think, for him to play 40 the other night, and I took him out in the last minute, so I think he ended up about 39. So ideally, he could get a couple of rests each half, and I think that's helpful. But we've got to do whatever we've got to do to win. So we'll see how the game goes.
Mark on the left.
Steve, what's been your approach with managing the highs and the lows of the playoffs in between games? And how does that compare to the other years?
It's the same. It's the approach is always the same. You treat the game with the respect it deserves, but also the perspective. And I think I was lucky enough to play for Phil Jackson and Greg Popovich. They both were masters at finding that balance. We want to come in here every day and work as hard as we can and win as many games as we can and win a championship if possible. But with full awareness that there's, a lot more important stuff going on in the world. So if you can achieve that balance and your players can find that balance, then that's when you're at your best. You can't be so tied up like, oh my God, this is the most important thing that'll ever happen to me in my life, and I got to play well. You start going in with that attitude, it's easy to get tight. And at the same time, you can't be too loose. You got to be locked in, and finding that sweet spot is really important.
Question in the middle.
Hi, Steve.
When you think of Mike Fratello, and you know him, his teams, his coaching style, even some idiosyncrasies in working with him as a broadcast partner. Anything pop into mind? Any particular story?
I think the perm in the 80s was first thing. Mike has a great sense of humor, and so working with him in the booth, he was always in a jovial manner, just willing to laugh at himself, laugh at Marv, laugh at me. We always had a really good time together. As a coach, incredibly well organized and thoughtful, and it showed in his broadcast. Just the way he explained the game and the nuances of the game. He's very technical as a coach, like really well schooled defensively. His teams were always very disciplined. And I never played for him, but just working with him as a broadcast partner, you could see that great balance between humor and detail.
Anthony on the right.
Yeah, when we're around you guys for open practice, it's pretty clear Gary can't, get in the shooting drills. But you guys have said he can at least, shoot a three if needed. Is he on a pitch count, basically? I guess out there, number one, and two, if you put him in tonight, are you guys fine with him lining up an open three and shooting it?
Yeah, I think I mentioned yesterday that I didn't feel comfortable in game one playing him because it didn't appear that he was healthy enough to play. He was cleared to play, which meant there was an understanding, with the training staff, with Gary, special circumstances. We need one stop at the end of the game, at the end of a quarter, we can play him. But it's literally been a day-to-day thing, and he's made some improvement the last couple of days, and I anticipate getting him out there tonight.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Still got to get the stream.
Tim in the back.
Hey, Steve, Tim Reynolds, AP. It's probably not that long ago that we used to think of a big run in the game as like 15-5. And now we're seeing like 50 to 20s happen all the time, and these huge discrepancies in, quarters and all this other stuff. Is it just because of the threes, or is there something else as a coach you can point to and say, this is why when the snowball gets rolling, it tends to get really, really big, really, really fast?
I don't spend a whole lot of time, thinking about that. I get asked the question a lot. I think it's the three, and I think mainly it's the fact that many teams employ 5 players at a time who can shoot the three. And so, in my mind, it's never been more difficult to defend in the NBA than today because of all that ground you have to cover. That's why everybody's after the 6'8" athletic guy with a 7'2" wingspan who can guard 5 positions and also shoot a three. That's the most coveted player out there these days. And if you can get a bunch of them, then you're in business. And it's the easiest way to cover up, to cover all that ground, to be able to play big switchable lineups. We've had a lot of those here over the years, and it's been hugely impactful. And that's what everybody around the league's trying to do.
Melissa on the right.
Hey, Steve.
Hi.
Steph said he lost sleep after game one. And, if you don't feel like that, then you kind of don't care. I'm curious, how did that loss affect you personally? And what did you do the last couple of days to sort of recalibrate heading into tonight?
I didn't sleep very well either. I never sleep well after a game anyway, but particularly, a game like that where, you feel like you had a chance to kind of put it away and you let it slip. But the last couple of days, we've just been, watching the tape over and over again and reevaluating things and, preparing for game 2. So pretty simple.
Monty on the left.
Steve, what are your thoughts on the decision to go with the orange today?
Well, both teams are wearing the shirts. I think, we feel very strongly as a league that it's time for people to take notice and to take part in what should be a nationwide effort to limit the gun violence that's out there. And there are ways to limit it. And, there are proven laws that are waiting to be passed, whether it's background checks or what have you. There are things we can do that would not violate people's Second Amendment rights but would save lives. And so the idea behind wearing the shirts for both teams is to make people aware that they can contribute to different gun safety, gun violence prevention groups. The biggest thing I think is to vote. What I understand is that a lot of races, congressional races that are out there are, despite the fact that the majority of people in this country want gun safety measures put in place. A lot of those races are decided by people who
Ready to start eating healthier? Meet Kachava. Kachava is the world's healthiest.
aren't so much for any kind of gun safety measures. And so people got to vote. And if you feel strongly about saving lives and possibly even someone in your own family, get out and vote. And that's the only way to convince the people we need to convince to start implementing gun safety regulation, prevention laws, things that we can do to help.
Take a couple more. Ohm here in the middle.
Steve, I'm not sure. Did you see Pop yesterday go to that gathering in support of the Uvalde victims and talk out about gun violence? And I was wondering what you thought about that. And also, is that kind of maybe the next thing that you and Pop and other people like that are going to have to try to do, to besides just talking about the message and wearing the shirts, but having to try to do even more? What would that be?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think we're all kind of trying to figure that out now. So some of it is working with the groups that are out there that know what they're doing. Whether it's Brady or Giffords or March for Our Lives or Live Free here in Oakland, they all do great work. So people can get involved, either donating or being active. I did see Pop's speech; it was fantastic and captured a lot of people's anger that's out there. But again, comes down to convincing politicians that things like background checks are really crucial, and things that don't impact people's Second Amendment rights. So we know there are things that can work, and we have to convince people that those things are important enough to go to the ballot box and cast a vote.
Last question on the right. Steve, I hate to transition back to a question about tonight's game, but this is the first time you guys are in a 1-0 hole in the postseason, and Klay Thompson talked yesterday about playing with desperation in that kind of sense. What do you think the mindset is of the team going into tonight's game, and do you like that they're embracing that like desperation?
Of course. I mean, that's what the playoffs are about, and you feel that in the playoffs all the time. It doesn't have to be down 1-0. We felt it earlier in the Memphis series. We lost a game by 40 points. You better believe there was a sense of desperation. But that's what brings the best out of you. You've got to have that
really
edge
working
about you. Watching game one, I thought we had our moments, but there were too many times in the game where we had breakdowns. It didn't feel like we were locked in and on edge. And so part of being down in a series is responding appropriately with your physicality and your focus and your edge, and making sure you're really competing and doing your job. And that's what we're going to try to do tonight.
All right.
Coach.
Thanks.
Good enough. Trying to get my stream set up. It's acting up, but I'm going to just be coughing all night again. Third game that I had to deal with COVID. But sooner or later, this damn stream's got to work. It's not accepting my cable password for some reason. But I have the live over the air one, and they're going to tip off in about 2 minutes, but I just got the stream up, so I'm going to assume that the stream is going to work. If not, I will go back there. And yes, we should have GP2 tonight. and I'm finishing up pregame article, which I probably won't really publicize all that much. Just the people on the who have subscribed for free will get it in the email. It's good enough. So many things for me to do in the pregame. I don't even have the pregame warm-ups up because it's still processing on YouTube. And while doing so, I cracked my phone. So it's just been crazy. I just saw a tweet where Celtics win the tip. Kylan Mills saw Gary Payton shoot a layup during warm-ups. And Draymond's going to force a jump ball with Al Horford, but I'm obviously not there yet. So let's set all this up for tonight. The stream is slow. Stream is slow. I have not tipped off yet on the stream, so patience, and try and line me up with your broadcast so that we can talk, real time about this. So on my stream, I just tipped off. And there's Draymond causing a jump ball. Good force. That's what we needed. That was one of my 4 keys. I don't know. We didn't even talk about this, but I did a video. I rarely do these X's and O's videos, but me being a former coach, used to run plays for my team. That's what I do. Horford wins the tip. I guess I'll do play-by-play. You guys want me to do it? Turnover, Robert Williams, but mostly it was basically really, really good hustle by Steph and Draymond. And that's what you like to see early on. What do we got here? Here's this box score for you. All right. Wiggins hits a 3, I think that was. Jalen's going to shoot a 3. He hits. He's so dangerous. He's so dangerous. And then we turn it over, and then Looney commits a foul, and I bet you that was on Steph because I see him pouting over there. And that's what you get with our squad. We play loose. Yep. Bad outlet, I believe. It's there'll come a day when either our age catch up to us on that part or a better team. In any case, we have Draymond guarding Jaylen Brown. Interesting. Marcus Smart takes someone to the hole. I should be paying more attention to these matchups because I did a whole video on that. Clay hunts a shot in and out. Got to be careful. Got to be careful. Jalen's going to shoot a 3 in Clay's face, turning into a superstar before our eyes. We need to hit singles. PSA to Clay and everybody else. Wiggins attacks and finds Looney at the rim. By the way, Looney was the best defender of game 1. If you go look at my video, you'll see everything he did was just fantastic. And there you can see the double was a little bit late, but Tatum is thinking, all right, I'm going to score some points early on and not be a playmaker, be a scorer. Marcus picks Steph, but Dre picks it up, and now it's one-on-one Clay against Horford. Clay throws it out of bounds. So if you're a little bit nervous, you ought to be. We're just too loose with that ball. And now Tatum's shoulders bothering him. Now we're in the 3-2 zone. Wiggins up top. Jalen easily by Steph, and then gets an and one against Wiggins. Not looking good early. And the main problem is that Jalen is playing awesome, quite simply. I just wonder what you can do when you got Jalen and Jason playing that well. So Wiggins going to initiate up top. Horford, Steph against Jason, goes by him, blocked by Robert Williams again, and we keep forgetting about Robert Williams. Tatum with we feel confident three, probably not the best shot. Foot was probably on the line as well. Thankfully, he missed. But these silly turnovers, I mean, that Clay, wow. Of course, he hasn't even played 60 games yet. Andrew downhill against Horford. Horford blocks him. That's great defense by Horford. Smart's going to catch and shoot. No good, thank goodness. Good job by Andrew and Looney and all those guys to rebound against Robert Williams. Draymond is stuck, finds Looney, and we got you. We got you on the baseline right there. What worries me the most is when Jordan Poole comes in and has to play defense. That worries me the most. If you saw my video, there was a lot of that, although it wasn't a video that necessarily great DPOY defense, Draymond. I don't want to throw Poole under the bus or anything, but and good thing Tony Brothers, my favorite ref, didn't call a foul on Draymond, letting him play right there because it's no harm, no foul. I got 810, 809, 808. Jaylen Brown, great secondary help by Clay, and Looney did whatever he could against Jalen. Again, no problems there. But so far, Jalen is playing unbelievable. So I would like to see GP come in here and play some defense. That's the force you got to bring on this highlight of Clay helping out on the dunk attempt by Jalen. You have to bring that force inbound up to Clay up top against Jalen. Over to Draymond. Steph trying to shake Marcus. He does. Has to go through like two 6'11" guys to get the runner to go. That's some MVP. That's an MVP bucket right there. All of that, we're down 13-9, 731, 730, 729. Jason against Andrew, switch to Looney. I'm okay with this. Looney's been playing great. And great step up by Wiggins, and ball trickles out of bounds. It'll be Celtics ball. Draymond didn't think so, but that's as good a defense as you can ask against Jason right there. And so tonight's going to be the game plan will not change. Looks like we'll have to shade over to JT and JB just as we did last game, and we got torched by the bench players. And JT gets a 3. And they're playing great. Boston's playing great. Credit to them. Draymond attacks and 1. You're doing all the flexing, all that. You're asking for calls. Make the free throw. Sir Green, make the free throw. That's all that matters. Game isn't on TV. All the channels working except ABC. Well, that sucks. And he misses the free throw. But it's out on the Celtics. Good hustle, Looney and Wiggins. Steph isn't playing good right now. Well, the last one, he just hit a bucket between two 6'10" guys, so he's playing pretty good. Gonna disagree with you there. You can't report every moment on the roller coaster, you know. Draymond and Jason getting into it. It's obviously nothing. They have tremendous respect for each other. Now they got to call it on Jason. Good job by Andrew. I hope Andrew's okay in terms of that leg wrap. Let's take a look at the fouls on Jason. 1 foul. You know, it's getting chippy because credit to Jason Tatum. He's not taking any of that from Draymond. So I watched that. It's a good call. It's the right call. We are now suddenly looking at the intros. What just happened? I just lost. I'm going to switch to the TV feed. This is ridiculous. Is the TV the same? I don't have. Oh, I got a timeout. That's why it's a timeout. But the stream froze on me, so I'm going to restart it again. ESPN3.com. It's the year 2022, and they still don't know how to stream a goddamn game. Excuse my French. I'm going to hope it's a timeout, which, by the way, I should 16-11, 6:47. Demarcation point. It once again wants to ask for my broadcast. Every time it does that, it refuses to work. So I'm stuck in no man's land right now. This is killing me. Let's try this again. Just keep trying and keep trying. At least I got the comments copied. Says I'm logged in. I don't know if I accidentally clicked on the Spanish version. I don't care. Just something, please work. Anything. I'm going to have to pull up my backup laptop here because I don't trust that thing no more. I'm going to have to charge it first. Okay, so it looks like we got a timeout. So I am charging my backup laptop. I don't know if it's my internet. I don't know what's going on. This is killing me. So the Celtics are a problem. Anytime you got Jason and Jalen playing as great as they're playing right now, it's just going to be a problem. And you just cannot try to hit home runs every single time. You have to hit, like, I prefer 3 singles before trying for the home run. We've already had a Clay hunting a home run. We already had a Steph trying to throw an outlet, threw it away. Against the perfectly built teams such as the Celtics, you are going to pay for that. And right now, it feels like we've met our match. But that's why we do play 48 minutes. And it's time to keep giving the force on defense. And at some point, the second team has to come in anyways. Clay's going to catch and shoot, hunt a shot. It's not good. And he's just not wanting to hit singles, which it drives me nuts, but I love the guy. What am I going to do? I love Clay, but hit singles, man. But fine. You want to learn the hard way? Or learn the hard way. Jalen finally misses. Looney hauls it down. Wiggins against Smart. Draymond says, post me up against Jalen. And then Wiggins goes right by, but he misses. That sucks. That sucks. 608, 607, 606. And this is the flip side of Jalen. Just like, it's a turnover, unforced turnover. Good for us. But everybody's got that, right? Steph's got a few crappy turnovers in his bag. And Jalen's going to throw up an air ball and throw the ball away at the same time. I bet you GP2's coming in because I see people standing up. Oh, okay. He did not check in. He was going to check in, but he came back. Anyway, they've got Derek White in for Jason Tatum in their first rotation. Clay finally gets in the paint and shoots a shot that is more high percentage. Thank you. Finally. Keep doing that, my friend. 16-13, 536, 535. Jalen against Draymond. Don't mind that switch. And that's what Draymond can do. And also Draymond can do the yelling at Tony Brothers, because Tony Brothers can take it and he's cool with Draymond. Also, Steve keeps asking for the palming. Here comes Gary Payton. What did I tell you? That was one of my adjustments. My 4 adjustments for this game involved that. And he's going to try and take Derek White out of the game. I would prefer GP in there. I'm still not afraid of Derek White that much. Unless JP's in the game, because Derek can take him off the dribble anytime he wants. Clay got the step on Jalen and blows the layup. That's 2 layups we missed. And we got to hit those. If we're to play perfectly, we got to hit those. Grant Williams. Is that Grant? Yeah, Grant Williams with layup over Clay, power move. So we're down 18-13. And Draymond is getting entangled with a lot of guys, but that's part of the strategy of being more physical. Grant Williams. Well, Draymond, here's the problem. It wasn't Tony Brothers that called the technical. It was the other guy. So I think Draymond kind of stepped over the line there with the other official, Zach Zarba, maybe. And there's a free point for the Celtics. I mean, that foul, that's fine. That's a foul. But then all the extracurriculars. So I don't know. I don't know that that's necessary, but whatever. Just have to keep playing. Steph, step back on Grant. Missed it. Another home run try. I would like to see some singles. It's not happening. And they swing over to Derek, swing over to Jalen. Hits a 3. We're getting schooled. And honestly, we deserve it. But just keep playing. We'll break through, I hope. But I'm being nitpicky. I just spent hours on hours being nitpicky on the team. And so Draymond gets a call. But are you going to make free throws? That's my question. So far, for defense, Draymond hits a free throw. Good job. So far for defense, Jalen is killing us, and 4 for 6, 3 for 4. Tatum's not doing bad either. 2 for 6, 1 for 2. They're 8 for 18, 4 for 8. So we've got to be tougher. As physical as they are with us, we've got to be physical with them. So let's see who's got Jalen. Clay's got Jalen. Now they got us rotating. Derek, no good. Draymond rebound. That was great defense. And Gary misses a layup. They're going to call a ghost foul on Jalen, but I'm sure it was a foul. I'd love to see the replay. I'll take it, though, and this will be a very good chance to see how GP's doing with the shooting. Yep, very negligible contact, but I'll take it, right? You know, sometimes you need calls to go your way. And they're probably going to even check for flagrant or something. I don't even know. What are they doing? No, they're not. Thank goodness. Let's see how GP does on the free throw. Too hard. So that elbow's not 100%, obviously. We are 6 for 15, 1 for 5. Clay is 0 for 3 on threes. We're in the bonus. That's good. So the defense has been decent. Misses both free throws. Otto's in there. I didn't think Otto played that great defense last game either. This worries me with Otto, JP, and Steph in there. Marcus Smart throws it away. Take foul on Grant Williams, I guess. We need to cash in these free throws. At this point, they might want to do hack a Gary just because of the elbow. Nothing against Gary. Okay, so what was that call? I thought we're in the bonus. Oh, they're going to clear a path. Check the clear path. Gary is struggling. Is it Celtics size or lingering? Give it some time, man. He just got in the game, and I don't know that he's struggling. I mean, he missed the layup that he should have made, and he missed some free throws. So I wouldn't classify that as struggling until we get more data. Let you know. Hugo, HMD. You're a passionate guy, but lots of times you come on here and the first thing you say is a criticism, and it would be nice to balance that out a little bit with something good to say every now and then, because it wears on you. It wears on me. It wears on other people in the comments, which is why they kind of turned on you last game. So I'm going to have to demand it. You got to throw something in there that's positive about somebody. Give us somebody who's playing good. Just balance it out. You can't just have, dark side, dark side, dark side all the time. You got to throw some light side in there. Balance the force, my friend. Steph tries to shade Marcus. Marcus, good job. Kind of keeping Steph at bay so far. But again, we need to run plays. In my opinion, we need to start hitting singles. We need the gravity effect. Might need to wait a little bit until Clay gets in there, but got JP in there right now. And now you got Horford Island. So Steph draws 4 guys and finds Looney for a dunk. Perfect. That's exactly what we need. That's hitting singles. That's how you turn this game around. Only 22-19, 251, 250, 249. Jay Tatum against Gary draws a foul. Not much you can do being 6'2 against 6'9 right there. We got ourselves a timeout, 22-19, 247. Not bad, all things considered, but what this just keeps telling me is that we're in for a hell of a series. I mean, geez, these Celtics are tough. They are tough. They're so well built. And sometimes you kind of look back at the years and you kind of go, man, I did this in my tournaments. Sometimes I would run a tournament and really not have any rooting interest, just want the best competition possible. Honestly, sometimes you get better teams joining your tournament one year versus another. This totally feels like it. This feels like either of these teams probably beats the Bucks last season. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we, the Warriors, we execute like crazy. We're the top level finesse team. They are the top level physicality team. And by that, I mean, it starts with defense. They've got these brute players and then just these two fantastic wings plus a point guard who is just so gritty in Marcus Smart. And going out to get Derek White was genius. So they got a guy that can get you downhill. Derek White got downhill on us in game one so many times. It was ridiculous. He really exposed Jordan Poole's lack of fundamental defensive skills. Am I mad that Jordan Poole has lack of defensive fundamental skills? No, because obviously Michigan couldn't give a rat's ass about teaching him that. Probably didn't happen in high school. So AAU. And so I'm reading your comments. I'll get to you. Is it frustrating? Yes, but am I going to throw Jordan Poole under the bus? I can't. I don't have the heart. He's got to work on some defense. If only for the reason that there is one team out there that exploits the hell out of Jordan Poole and his lack of defense, and that is the Boston Celtics. Possibly 28, 29 other teams, or 27, 28 other teams, we can get away with it. Not the Boston Celtics. You have to bring your A game defensively on these guys because they just are such a well-oiled machine. So that part I'm a little worried about. And the fact that Andre's hurt with now it's his knee, that part sucks tremendously from a defensive standpoint. I don't expect Jordan Poole to suddenly be able to cut off a guy who's trying to, cut off Jaylen Brown, who's trying to cut off to turn the corner on him. You can't suddenly be great on defense. However, Gary Payton, hopefully he's doing all right. Now, Abi, I don't like this comment because you just saw 5 minutes ago that we got a ghost foul from Jaylen Brown on Gary Payton. So you have to accept that they're going to sometimes be consistently bad, the refs. At least it's consistent. So don't agree with that. And absolutely right. Hugo's on the money. Just keep it close. Feel them out. It's crazy. We've only scored 19, and there's 244, 243, 242 in the first. So yeah, Poole will eventually, just like Clay did. There you go, Poole. JP missed a little bunny shot that he normally would have made. So here's Tice, and they throw the ball around. That's their bench. And then we draw a foul on Jay Tatum. Perfect on the fast break. Perfect, because that's a second. We're in the bonus, and Steph goes to the line. So we're feeling them out. 24-21 after these free throws with 2:22 to go. That's the beauty of the NBA game. 48 minutes is a long time. Therefore, you absolutely have to have a good bench. And then bringing Tice in there. It's a long series, so I can see why Udoka wants to give Tice a bit of a burn to see what he can do. Steph misses a free throw. I mean, if there's any series out of all the series that we've just played where free throws are absolutely critical, it's the one against Boston, and he missed. And it's just, wow, he's like less than 80% in the playoffs. It's just, there's one of those things where he can compartmentalize, say, okay, I'm working on this later on. We somehow get a steal on JT. JP loses the ball. Steph has to reload, but gets the three over Pritchard. Thank goodness it was Pritchard, the shortest guy on the floor, that had to close out on Steph on that one so he could easily sidestep. All of a sudden, 24-23, delivered the defense, which led to the transition three, exactly what we needed. So Grant against Pritchard up top. Too easy going by Poole. Tatum wide open. All starts with the point of attack. I don't want to nitpick and just be negative all night, but good Lord, if we look at the replay, I guarantee you, point of attack, Jordan Poole. GP erases all doubt of the three. He hits a lefty three, wide open corner. Beautiful GP. If he can do that, hit some free throws, he is going to play probably as much as Poole. Honestly, against the Celtics, you have to play defense. And I just think he'll end up playing as many minutes. And freaking Jason Tatum, I don't know how Steph got switched on him there, but geez, man, he has scored 2 threes the last 2 times down. I mean, silencing Chase. JP gets back. He likes the loose ball game. The looser the ball game, the more JP can get around. Looney gets a steal. Tice all over him. No call. Finds Steph. Got to catch that. Missed it. Oh, man. Missed it. We could have took the lead right before quarter. We're still down by 1, 25 seconds, 15 shots. So there's about 9.5 second differential. I think we might have a foul to give. Poole easily gets spun by, but Looney's there, another steal. Looney has been incredible. God, Looney's so good. He's been our best defender, honestly, the last 2 games. Steph razzle-dazzle, bye-bye Pritchard, Banker, good. 0.5 left. All of that, and we took a lead. We had no business winning that quarter, and that's the positivity you got to take into the next quarter. That's just fantastic closeout and fantastic defense by Steph, Looney especially, twice, man. And what do you call it? Gary Payton making his presence known. I mean, JP's still the weak link on defense, but at least those other guys have been hustling and, doing what they got to do. So I like what I see so far. The intensity is there. Can we keep it up for the next, 36 minutes? it's going to be a marathon against these guys. I think Udoka's, this is the thing with Twitter, right? Celtics Twitter right now is going, Udoka, you bum. You played Tice and you turned the ball over twice. Well, what was he going to do? This is a long series. So you have to kind of play all your pieces. Otherwise, you might run your normal 8 guys into the ground. Now, that being said, we should feel fortunate that they had to, at some point, play Daniel Tice, because right now that is their weak link. So great. We could use any mismatch that we can. So Looney is greatly outplaying Tice. Thank goodness, because we need those. Everybody needs to win their matchup, et cetera, et cetera. All right. Let's see. What do we got here? Yeah, I mean, Poole will always be trying. I'll always give him that. I am running out of cough drops. But the problem, excuse me, the problem with JP is that sometimes he's too active. He's active to the point where he closes out on you. And I'm thinking, man, back in my day, I could blow by JP. It's that, that much lacking fundamentals. He needs to do a whole millions of shuttle drills where you bend your knees and you kind of pretend you're doing the MC Hammer, you can't touch this dance. I mean, seriously, you got to move your feet left and right. You got to move your feet up and down little by little, like a crab. Because, man, Derek White is blowing right by you. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm rooting for him, but I'm worried every single time that somebody's going to turn his corner. Anyways, welcome, Catherine from Japan. Okay, we're back in the small screen. JP's going to hunt a shot. Why the hell are you? I mean, sure, you may have gotten fouled, but you're never going to get that call, man. Third-year player, you fire away. He did that last game. But luckily, Belly plays great defense on JT. And now JP gets blocked. Might be a technical foul on JP. JP, calm down, please. You got blocked. I can't really criticize. I don't think that's a goaltend. I can't really criticize JP for all of these antics because I remember when I was a young player, I also wanted every damn single call. So they're going to review and see if JP did some flagrant. Young players do this. That's the problem. So I used to be JP where any little bit of contact was a foul. You get frustrated, you do this and that. You can't call a flagrant on that. You can't, like, Derek White's jumping over you. You're just kind of like, that was nothing. Derek White flops. And he calls a T on JP. I mean, awful. It's whatever. Just roll the dice. Why don't we do that? Let's roll the dice. We have dice. It's called. We used to use this for our thing. I rolled a 5. I didn't crap out. Didn't do a 2, 7, or 11. Therefore, this should not be a favorite. Just because I rolled the dice. That's the only reason why. Yeah, not just Poole. A lot of young players do that, but it's frustrating to me as a coach. Like, you want your players to play better. You always want them to play better. It's unfair of me to, JP go in there, launch a shot on Derek White right out of the timeout. Like, that to me as a coach frustrates the hell out of me. But he's a third-year player, so what am I going to do? Well, it's a tough play to call. Thank you. No technical. Good job, Zach Zarba. Thank goodness. No technical. By the way, I have only good things to say about Derek White. This guy, didn't even get a D1 offer. Look at how he's playing. Like, this guy can get downhill. But right now, the way the Celtics are playing, he's looking a little bit better than JP, but JP's a way better player, But just the way they play, how physical they are, and how slowed down everything is, and change of pace. Beautiful Wiggs, and Wiggs misses another layup. So, okay. If you recall game 1, third quarter, I just did the video last night and tonight and this morning. Stayed up a lot of hours for that. Please go watch it. What was the team that missed a shitload of threes in the third quarter? The Celtics. They missed a whole bunch. Okay, not a whole bunch. They missed a few. What did they do? And they were open. Kept shooting them. Kept going at it. Don't stop. Keep at it. That's what the Warriors got to do. Look at the force by Clay. The physicality. There you go. That's the adjustment. I knew Clay would do it. Clay already did that in the fourth quarter last game. Now he hunts a shot, though. So now we're not hitting singles, and it'd be like, if I'm coaching JP, JT with the pull-up 3, I mean, that's a superstar 3. You got to hit singles for me, kid. No hitting singles, no hitting home runs before you hit the singles. So we come out of the break and you launch a 3 like that, it sets the rest of the dominoes the wrong way. And right there could have been a foul on Tice. I don't know. I need to see the replay. Derek White spinning. They're going to call Draymond for foul. Over the back on Jason. I mean, no complaint by Draymond, but he's not going to test Zarba, plus he has 1 tech. I don't see a foul from that angle. And you know what? Pretty nice defense by Belly. Well, let's check out our defense here on Jason. Pretty good defense by Belly. Wow, Belly's impressive, man. Come off the bench cold like that and basically have at least 3 sequences of great defense. Draymond over to Belly. Oh, man. Belly. Wow, we got some pieces, man. Strength in numbers. When is Steve going to get some credit? I could not have fathomed this. That's pretty damn genius. And there he is to help out on Payton. Wow. But then he throws the ball away. There's Derek. Surgically dismantling our defense. All of that. We're only down 2, 9 minutes now 8:59, 8:58. Hang in there, Dub Nation. Hang in there. We don't even have Steph in there right now. JP trying to draw a play for Belly, and he calls the right play. Kudos to you, JP. I've been on you all game. There's a single. Way to go, buddy. Tip my hat on that one. All right. So 8:35, 8:34, 8:33. Jalen against Draymond. Derek against Clay. Like, I'm not worried about Clay at all. No more. Draymond, awesome DPOY against, that should be 3 seconds on Jalen. Great job by JP to get the air ball. Oh, that's just, DPOY defense, baby. JP tries a home run shot. Offensive foul. What are you doing? As I've said before, 3 singles for every home run, please. I don't know what you got to do behind closed doors with JP. It drives me crazy, but I try to have fun with it. Anyways, 8:02, 8:01, 8 minutes. Clay with the force on Derek. Also, Draymond forceful closeout on Jalen. Rebound Wiggs, left side Jason. Pick and roll Belly. He's got Robert downhill. Can't finish it. That was tough. You cannot underestimate Robert. I don't know what it is. Is it his braids? What is it? Like, foul on Belly. How much longer do you ride Belly? Smarting on that knee. But we are at, what mark are we at? Yeah, he's close. Time Lord. Yeah, I mean, just good Lord. Guys, stop underestimating Robert. I put that in the video. We're underestimating him. I don't know what it is. We just underestimate the guy. Derek, pull-up shot, good. How is this possible with a guy that didn't get a D1? Steph against Derek, over to Belly. Post up Clay. Everyone get away. Beast Payton. Oh, we had to switch to his left as Al helped out. Good help out by Al, man. Golly. They're deceptively quick, honestly. Derek White, 3, and now we're down 5. 7:02, 7:01, 7 minutes. Al Horford, deceptively quick. Robert Williams, deceptively quick. Pritchard is probably deceptively quick. Anyways, we got to call timeout. 6:57. Man. One thing is I don't agree with people saying this is a must win. I mean, yeah, I agree that you have to go into it as if it's a must win and with the intensity. But if we lose, I don't think we're out of it. I know it sounds bleak, but what happens is the human element. You even as great as the Celtics are in terms of how well they're coached today in the pregame, Udoka said we have that don't care attitude. We don't care that we're up 1-0. We still have to go play the game. When they played the Bucks and the Heat, it always felt like it didn't matter where they were playing. It was just another game. Like, book it. They're going to play 7 games, and it doesn't really matter whether it's home or away. Every game's going to have its own shape, and every game's going to be physical, at least on the Eastern side. Now, with the Warriors, you see, I don't know that it's – you go up 2-0 on the Warriors, suddenly you're like, oh, yeah, okay, we might sweep them, you know? There's going to be a let-up. So my argument is that this is not a must-win game, that we still have a chance to pull it out. Because us winning this game, go 1-1, and then, okay, let's say we lose game 3 in Boston. That's not a surprise, that people can accept that, generally speaking. They're up 2-1. What's the difference between the 2-1 where we go down 0-2 and then they let up and we storm back in game 3, Boston, with the sense that you damn well better hit 3 singles before you try a home run, kids. I hate to pick on the one guy. I don't mean to, but also Clay and also Steph. Really, you just have to hit those singles. It's not fair. And the Celtics epitomize your greatest enemy as far as what the basketball gods can put in front of you. So I'm going to disagree that if we go down 0-2 that the series is over or whatever. But we're getting way ahead of ourselves. I'm just trying to, calm people down. I'm playing the psychology game. As far as right now, we are down 5. I guess Jason and Derek have been playing pretty well. But yeah, we're trying to hit home runs on offense. We're underestimating Robert Williams. Wow, someone left Eric White wide open, and it was probably, yeah, we got to talk about that. But for Derek White to be a guy that has just killer instinct mentality, say, oh my God, I'm so open right now. I'm drilling it. There's Steph. The only guy really that, like, I guess you could call that a single. I mean, step back 2 on you. You didn't expect me to step back on you with the 2, so I count that as a single. Jason with the bad turnover. Steph tries to draw a foul on him, pulls up for 3. That's what we need. And sometimes they'll gift it to you. Jalen and Jason have been known to do that. That's their Achilles heel. No pun intended. Suddenly we're tied up, 40-40, 6-17, 6-16. And we got GP back in there. Yeah, see, that was the one where I was saying, I don't know how much longer you can ride belly. But anyway, Jason gifted us that. They're not calling. They know it's more physical tonight. Could have easily been a foul on Steph. They didn't call it. We'll take it. Now Jalen's going to do some hero stuff against Wiggs. Smart PNR. Now he's on Steph. Pulls up. Missed it. But you knew Jalen wanted to do the hero shot, which is crazy considering, you got Jason on the floor there. They should hit more singles. Now you've underestimated Derek White there, but Draymond and Marcus Smart were taken out of that play. Horford against Otto down low, good matchup. Tatum talking about that potential offensive foul on Steph. Yeah, they're not calling those. So I don't mind it because we need that tonight. We need that on our defensive side. So guys have to come up with better ways to finish the baskets. Smart misses. Steph up to Wiggs, over to Dre, over to Gary. Yes, that's the thing about Gary. You pass him the ball at the bucket, he will score. He hits singles, and that's what I love about him. So now, got a couple singles. We can go ahead and shoot a home run shot after this one. See, now Steph can really put the crimp on him and take a 10-0 run right here if he wants, because we've hit enough singles. Wow, all over him. Well, Wiggs is going to try for the home run, and he got it. See, I don't mind that. Because we did the good deed. 45-40. We flipped the script on him. 452. That's what you do when you hit singles first. It's so simple. It's crazy how many people don't get it. So, we can just go look at the play-by-play, right? But first, let me copy and paste the that's why I got excited in my analysis video. I was like, we got to play GP2. We just absolutely have to play it against such an elite offense and elite wings as these guys, plus a pretty smart, no pun intended, point guard. So when you play GP2, you're going to get singles on offense. That is the beauty of him. So there's a single, Gary reverse layup. Oh, the running pull-up 3 that was in transition. So that doesn't count as that's neither a hero ball or a single. That's just Warriors transition basketball. But to come out there with that step back 2-pointer out of the timeout to say, yo, let me shake and bake on you, Derek. You don't think I'm going to step back on a 2-pointer, but I will. And that is so bread and butter type of a bucket for Steph. It reminds me of like the jump shot from Michael Jordan, quite honestly. Like could get you off balance, lull you to sleep, and then boom. So Steph uses that threat of blowing by you, at least this year, that threat of blowing by you to create that shot. Same thing with Jordan back in the day. He would get in that pouncing state, like I'm ready to drive the hell on you, but I'm going to pull up for actually a much simpler 2-pointer that I keep practicing every single day. That's hitting a single in my book. So you hit single, and then you can do the Wiggs home run ball, which was late in the shot clock. So I don't know that he had much choice, but here we are, 10-point swing. Yep, their defense is really good, especially with Time Lord Rob Williams. Like, is that the joke? Is that the thing where like he can stop time and show up a yard to the right? Because very apropos for a guy like that. Well, Clay isn't in the game yet, but sure. I actually don't think they're calling way too many fouls. They're letting a lot of stuff go, which I think we need on our defensive end to stop Jalen and Jason. We needed to be more physical, honestly. That's my opinion on it. That's based on my complete analysis of the end of the third and almost all of the fourth quarter of game 1 in my video on the channel. Anyways, we're back. 440, 439. Draymond against Derek. Look at Draymond's DPOY. All right, GP on Jason. They're running a play. Jalen against Wiggs. Don't help, Gary. Shouldn't have helped at all. Shouldn't have helped at all. That's the part I don't understand, especially from last game. Everyone just stay home. Like Wiggs against Jalen, you have to trust that that's an even matchup. Wiggs will back up on Horford, front rimmed it. And GP should not help off of Jason. No. Derek takes Steph. Got to be tougher. Got to stay in front of Derek. Can't let him just dictate how the body is going to be angled there. Let's check out our defense right here. 353, 352, 351. Jason and Draymond. He got some help, and Derek hits a three. I don't know that we need the help on that one, but I would need to see a replay. So Otto had to leave, and someone had to pick up Otto's guy, I guess. But we're only up one. I don't understand that. Steph with the home run shot right there, no good. Derek against Otto. Jalen against GP, throws it away. Thank you, Jalen. We need those. Steph does not attack Derek. Over to GP, down low, back out to Dre. Fake handoff, got him. Gotcha, Al. All the good you've done, we finally got you this one time. Marcus, Jason, post up GP, turns around, fade, Kobe style, good. Get the ball in, go. So Jason decided to bust out tonight after the 13 assist game. Smart of him. Oh, now we got to look at that, right? Al Horford clobbers Draymond. I mean, in a normal NBA, no, I don't check that. But this is the weirdo NBA. No, he hit the ball. He hit the ball. He got a lot of body. But the arm hit the ball and not the head. Draymond can't hit a free throw. Hits a free throw. So we're tied up. 48 apiece, 236, 235, 234. So Marcus against Steph. Where's Derek White? He's there. We're against Clay. Jalen against GP. Everybody stay home. Look like we're playing a little zone here. JT misses. Steph rebound. Great closeout by Draymond. It felt like a zone because they let Horford just attack. Good call by Tony Brothers. Tony Brothers, my man. I told you. Best ref in the NBA. All the writers are like, oh, we love Scott Foster, this, that, and the other guy. They don't even have Tony Brothers in their top 5. Again, I'm glad you're here because you guys get to know the real deal. And the real deal isn't what writers say all the time. I don't know why we're trying to not hit singles again because Wiggins just shot a 3. I don't understand that, but Clay gets a steal on Marcus, and Clay's playing awesome. Wiggins loses the ball. Cue the hate on Wiggins on Twitter right now, but yeah, he's been screwing up a lot. Let's check out how many times he screwed up. 3 for 9, 1 turnover. Those are the little possessions that keep you up at night. Smart, pick and roll. Jason, there we go. That's the hedge that I wanted to see. But Jason gets the turn on Wiggs. Now Horford causes havoc the way Looney does for us. Somehow Derek shoots an air ball. Draymond stuck. Luckily, he's stronger than Derek. Horford Island, everybody go away. Steph right side. Finds Wiggins. That's the way to get Wiggins back in the game. Excellent, MVP. Excellent. We're only up 2. Jalen against Draymond. Marcus goes by. Yeah, do not worry about Marcus. Only worry about his threes. Jalen's, no. Oh, they're going to call that on Dre? Don't get a T, Dre. At some point, you got to call something on them. I mean, come on. Jalen thought something was up. He reacted too much. I think Jalen should get a T this time because last time, Draymond didn't do all that much. How about the kick out? Just common foul that shit. But anyways, here's the danger. You're going to look at that, and usually it's a double tech. And it might be bye-bye Draymond. I wouldn't be surprised. Uh-oh, Draymond pulled his shorts. I don't know. Normally it's a double tech. Draymond already has a tech. I don't feel good about this at all. Let's see if we can crap out of this one. Roll again. I rolled a 10. It's not a crap out, which means it's probably a double tech. Don't spoil it in the comments. That's the only thing that could be worse than Draymond being ejected due to 2 technicals right now. So don't spoil it for me. When is Draymond gonna learn? I mean, you just got to do this and go, oh, I'm not gonna be emotionally charged about this at all. And sure, should he have gotten the first one? I don't think so, but okay, they didn't eject him. And that's why Tony Brothers is the best ref in the NBA. Go tweet all the journalists out there that think they know better than me on that. They don't know shit. This is why Tony Brothers is the best ref in the NBA. Period. I used to hire refs. I know what to look for. Oh, Scott Foster's great. Oh, shut up. You don't even have Tony Brothers in your top 5, my guy. Ah. I think my problem is that the world, and I thank you guys for being here because it's different on YouTube, isn't it? It's totally different on YouTube. Everywhere else, everyone's trained, everyone's conditioned to think that the journalists know all these things and they're so much better. They're not. We're the best right here. Clay front rims a 3. It was open. I don't mind it after a lull. But now, 35 seconds to go, I guess you got to try the home run. Great defense by Clay. I am not worried about Clay on defense at all. I said it before. GP2 might end up with as many minutes as Jordan Poole. This is why you have to play awesome defense against the Celtics. GP2 screen, that's got to be a foul on Derek. No foul on Derek. Wiggs does superhuman job getting the offensive putback, but good Lord, how's that not a foul on Derek? I need to see a replay. Clay again. Oh, couldn't get the rebound. Don't foul him, Dre. He's all over him. Buzzer sounds 52-50. I'll take it, man. Good Lord. Exactly. Steph is telling, who is that? I forgot that guy. Let's check NBA officials. Josh Tiven, my bad. Yeah. He's telling Josh Tiven, yo, look it. If he does this to my elbow, that's a foul. How do you miss that? How do you miss that? I don't get that. But all things considered, Dre didn't get a technical. We're up 2 somehow. Somehow we're up 2. This is just the greatest battle of finesse versus physicality ever. Like, this is beautiful. especially in our era. Whereas the rules of the previous era would not have allowed our Golden State Warriors to play the way we play. So there wouldn't have been a finesse team back in the day that could have done this. This is only possible in this day and age. And no one's going to be able to replicate Steph and Clay. Therefore, we are the team. We are the team that epitomizes finesse. And the Celtics are the team that epitomizes physicality, because when you bring physicality on defense, you better be able to score. Normally, you don't have the means by which to score. They do. They have Jalen and Jason, and we're doing a damn good job on them. All things considered, they are scoring at a clip of 21 for Jason, 15 for Jalen. And I said that in my video. Do we let them score their 35 and cut off the playmaking? Because when you play make, you're expecting the double team, and then you dish out to the open man. The ultimate solution to that is to just play better man-to-man defense on Jalen and Jason, such that their kickouts are still guarded. That's what we're doing tonight. Our defense is way, way better. Is it because GP has 12 minutes? Yes. GP stays in front of his man. And you'd think that that's, well, duh, doesn't everybody? No, not everybody does. In fact, that's also another reason why Kuminga's not going to get a whole bunch of playing time. Because you better be an elite defender when you're out on the floor with their main guys. Now, you can throw in Belly or Kuminga when Tice is in there. But anybody else, that's a huge risk. That's a huge risk because one guy could screw it up, and we already got one guy who's a weakness on defense. JP, I don't mean to throw him under the bus, but he's the young kid that hasn't put it together yet. But the way we're playing now with, Otto's doing a solid job, Belly did a solid job. We're looking for guys that don't screw up on defense, that actually make something happen on defense. And we're seeing that obviously from Gary. That was not a surprise. But we're also seeing that from Belly, and we're seeing that from Otto, who was a little questionable on the defensive end. Remember, he fell asleep on Jaylen Brown. Derek White kicked it out to him. Jaylen Brown 3, easy, no contest. So Otto hasn't fallen asleep yet. So that's great. And basically, I think those are the guys we're going to stick with. So probably no Kuminga, because it would have been Kuminga versus Belly. So if it wasn't Belly, then he would have gone Kuminga, but he went Belly, and Belly actually played great. So it's going to be Belly from this point on, unless Belly relinquishes that spot. So no need to talk about Kuminga no more. I mean, look, it's a freaking 50 to 48, 52-50. What is it? 52-50. Man, one bucket goes a long way tonight. So we're not going to see Kuminga all that much in a series like this. One other great thing is Clay is playing awesome defense, and you started to see that. Third quarter, it was kind of shaky last game, and you were like, man, Derek White is kind of going downhill on Clay. That shouldn't happen. nothing's getting downhill on Clay tonight. He's doing a tremendous job of putting that 6'7" frame in front of harm's way. So that's been key. Obviously, Draymond just being the best defender in the world out there, whether it's against a guard or forward. I love it when he's on Jalen one-on-one and Jalen can do nothing. Any other world, it'd be like, oh, I got my 2 against their 4. My shooting guard should blow by that power forward. No. Draymond has been smothering Jalen. So the defense has been awesome, and that's what you got to do with Boston. You have to make them miss so that they don't set up their defense, and we've got them downhill with our threat of Splash Brothers hitting a transition 3 maybe. That's their threat. And we got to keep the pressure on them. We got to keep them on their heels. That's how we're going to win this. But it starts with defense. And by the way, Looney's playing great. So we'll start with Looney again. And I wonder, I guess the big question is, do you skip over JP in the rotation and just go with Gary? I wouldn't mind it, honestly, because that 3 out of the timeout where he was complaining for a foul by Derek White, that was just not a good attempt. That was not hitting singles before you hit a home run. And right now, I'm tired of that. We need the most, calm, mature, intelligent guys to go up against these Celtics, especially to not lose 2 straight at home. So I think I would want GP before JP. And yet JP is the future of the franchise, more so than GP. Okay? So it's not like I hate JP. I just, tonight, we need some damn defense. And it's not going to come from JP. It's just not. I will sacrifice the offense. And besides, I want you guys to hit singles anyways. That's what GP2 allows. So there. That's my diatribe. So I guess you agree with me on that one. Let's do a little giveaway demarcation point. So I can copy these and then we'll do some right after the buzzer sounds. But actually, right after the buzzer sounds, it is likely that ABC will have an on-court interview that I would want to jump on. So I don't know. I don't know about that. I wonder if NBC is going to do one as well. So we can check that. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to get my streams ready to go. So I want to get the NBC stream ready to go. I want to get, excuse me, sorry. I don't know what to do with the damn ABC Sports Bay Area live stream is just so screwed up. But what are you going to do? I mean, you got to try to find a good interview after the game. Oh, we'll put that on pause. Let's look for the NBC one. So anyways, I love how you guys are just, you're not dependent on all of these, me showing highlights and stuff. I guess Michael B. Jordan is in the building. So I'm going to get the NBC stream going in the background just in case. They do have a nice stream. I'm going to tip my hat to that they do have a nice stream that I can work with. So queue up ABC and NBC just for you guys. And we'll have Dean on the post game as usual. Thank goodness, because by then I'm sweating right now. But half of the reason is because I'm recovering from COVID. Honestly, it's just like you get very dehydrated and yada, yada, yada. So that's why I'm struggling. We were supposed to have Jeffrey, but then he got sick. I don't agree with Clay, wake up. I told you that he's playing great defense, so at least one half of it's going well. 1 for 8, 0 for 4. I mean, what are the rules here? Like, if he goes off a la Game 6 OKC, does TL Tarzan come back and go, "Oh, Clay, I never doubted you one bit," or like, do you say something positive about Clay, or are you one of those that just, says, "And Clay, wake up," as if he served you, I just wish for more mindfulness in the usage of words, because that in and of itself, Clay, wake up, is not very supportive to Clay. Like, let's pretend we're in Chase Center in that locker room that looks like Oracle. Clay's right there. And of course, Clay's got his head down. He's like, I'm fucking pissed that, oops, I shouldn't have said that. I'm freaking pissed that I'm 1 for 8 and that I'm 0 for 4 and I probably should hit some more singles. Would you then sit down next to him and go, Clay, wake up? Would you do that? Like, no, that's not kind at all. That's not supportive at all. So let's go Warriors, which you then later said. So if you're going to say, let's go Warriors, you have to really honor that, which is we're going to try and be like the 18th man on the bench. There's the 15 guys, Wiseman is the 15th, Quindary, Chioza, and then it's us. It's like we're there and we're cheering on the team. And that's how you get through all the crazy spots. And that's how you enjoy this whole process, win or lose, ups and downs. So that is what Amy meant. Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty much in line what my diatribe was all about. And yeah, as long as he can defend. Yep, because eventually that shot's going to fall. Eventually he's going to get an open one. It's going to be a single, double, rather than a home run swing. Let's see. Good to hear Tim Roy. Yeah, you'll be way ahead of us. Unfortunately, radio is the fastest, even faster than TV. Roland's got some secret technology there to delay the radio stream to match up with the TV, I guess. I've never figured out how to do that. Let's see. Clay's shot feels rushed. I mean, when has his shot not felt rushed when he's posted a 1 for 8? It's always felt rushed. So yeah. Anyway, here we go. 11:51, 11:50. Draymond posting up JT. Corner zing pass that what goes off Andrew. Was that risk necessary? No, but it's whatever. Draymond's the heart and soul of the team. Whatever. You want to give away the first possession, give it away. That's how you cut off a drive. Draymond right there. Anyways, he finds Marcus. Draymond fouls him up. Better check how many fouls Draymond has. 2 of them. Good Lord. Yahaz again comes out of nowhere and doesn't contribute positively here. Just what do you, if you're fake spoiling, that doesn't help me either. Oh, Andrew got knocked. I thought he got fouled right there, but he missed point blank again, and that's an issue. Jalen, easy bucket on the transition. There's just not a lot of ways you can defend transition bucket like that. So it's tied up 52 apiece. Man. You know that. Yeah. You know that from the last stream. I have a feeling Yaya is not an adult, so I forgive you. But if you are an adult, you should stop doing that. 2 games in a row. Al Horford misses point blank with Looney right there. What a matchup, Horford against Looney. They're going to put Horford on Draymond. Interesting. They're going to put Horford on Draymond and I guess Robert on Looney. Pan out, ABC. Pan out. Thank you. Jesus. Horford's on Looney. Tatum's on Draymond. Jalen's on Steph. Interesting. Clay turns the corner on Marcus. Reverse layup, no good. Guess who was there? Time Lord. You gotta know Robert Williams is coming. Drives me nuts. How did they still not know that after 3 games? Because Steph with home run shot. I guess that's okay. I mean, he's wide open. Steph wide open anywhere is valid. Next practice, Hilton Armstrong is Robert Williams, and he gets to jump. I don't know how do you practice this? Just have 6 guys. Go 5 on 6. I don't know. But geez. Andrew goes by Robert, but they'll call a foul on Robert. Let's see how many fouls on Robert. I'm just like, when are we going to know that Robert Williams is going to come out of nowhere? Like, you have to score the layup before he gets there. There's no, let me use the backside of the backboard reverse layup. No, Robert Williams is going to be there. Score the layup before then. See, Wiggins knows. Sets a screen for Steph. Back rimmed it, but gets the rebound and then gets swatted by Robert again. But we better figure this out. You know what? It'd be nice. Just go ahead, Robert Williams, 7 blocks tonight, because we got to learn. This is a long series. When are we going to learn? We have to learn ASAP about Robert Williams. You have to adjust to this guy. He's that good. There's Looney. Looney's adjusted. I don't know why Robert didn't just throw his body over there. That's your job. You don't even have that many minutes per game. So go and waste some fouls. But he didn't. I'll take it. Looney 2 points, 56-52. Now we trap. That's what you got to do. Hard trap Jalen, and that's DPOI doing it, though. Wiggins pulls back out to Draymond, but Jalen's all over Steph. Clay hunts it, got it. Finally got a catch and shoot. Udoka knows. So now he has to call a timeout on that one. 9:21, up by 7. But we did this last game. That's all the space he needs. Oh, I saw your comment. Here's my answer to you, HMD. That's the problem with those analytical stats and those, self-proclaimed geniuses on the blogs that, oh, Kuminga has the best, numbers coming off the bench. Well, these are the Celtics right now, and we got to play them for 6 more games. And they don't screw up. So, and they will hunt and pick you apart until they get the matchup they want, which is usually Jason Tatum against somebody. And if Jason Tatum is isolated with Kuminga on one side of the court, I'm worried. I'm not thinking that Kuminga is going to stop Jason Tatum on that one. So that's the problem. In real life, you have a series, and a lot of it is eye test. And a lot of it is, I broke it down. I took every play. I nitpicked the Warriors on every play. And the conclusion I came down to was that you have to be a high IQ defensive player to have an effect against the Celtics. And that's why I said that GP2 has got to play. You got to deploy GP2. Now, if you deploy GP2, who sits? It has to be the guy that isn't there yet in terms of the defensive IQ and skill and defensive talent, honestly. He's got to do drills. So that's where I come to the conclusion that if JP plays against the Celtics, they will hunt him every single time. They did last game. If Kuminga plays against the Celtics, they will hunt him. I just don't know that JK has the lateral movement, but he is pretty solid on defense. If you're going to throw him in there, you throw him in there early as you did Belly, but I can see how you go with the more senior guy, the guy with the higher IQ with Belly in this game, see what happens. So it's probably going to be another game before we roll the dice with JK. It's just, I don't know that it's a risk worth taking right now. We're doing good. We're up 7. We're executing. We're not making that many mistakes. I don't know that JK makes us better. Anyways, we're back. 9-12, 9-11, 9-10. Horford against Wiggins. Jason against Looney. I love Looney. Look at Clay bring the physicality, but he still draws the foul on Looney. But that was some good physicality, Clay. Great help. You can only expect so much against Looney off the dribble. But what Looney will do is he will recover. And he'll bring some physicality on the recovery. He had 2 key blocks from behind. One of them was on Jason last game. But that one was a foul. And it's now 59-53, 9:04, about to hit the second free throw. Yeah. Good Lord, what is your problem, my guy? Just leave the channel. I don't want any spoilers, anything. There's nothing worse than a spoil. Literally, you could be a totally negative guy. We know what to do with that in the comments. You spoil stuff, you're out of control. You're a Jordan Poole 3-point heave out of a timeout. So I had to time you out because you're out of line. And if you don't learn, I will ban you. even though I probably won't. But Steph, bingo. You just have to slow down your stream. And if you can't, then this isn't the place for you. I'm sorry. But you could join us post game when that doesn't matter. Anyways, we're up 8, although it seems like a very small 8. Horford, crazy shot. Great defense, by the way, DPOY. Clay fakes out. There's your single, Clay. Faked out Jalen. No timeout. One more stop. One more stop. Really put your feet on their throat. Marcus against Looney. I like the switching. Just switch. Oh, Looney smashes him. Swatted you. Oh, Robert Williams is hurt. Oh, boy. That's not good. Not good for Boston at all. They might need to call timeout here. I don't know that you can burn a whole bunch. Oh, Looney. I said Looney was the best defender last game, and it was Marcus Smart banging into Robert Williams, so his own guy. And I tell you what, man, Looney, oh, man, Looney, golly. I mean, still, I feel like he's right up there with Wiggs. Like, after Draymond, best defender on the team. Oh, Steph against Marcus, screened by Wiggs to get Horford Island. Doubled, almost loses it. Good thing Smart didn't injure Wiggs. Clay back to Wiggs, fouled. Yes, finally drew a foul. So we're back in control. This feels good. Man, you see, this is vintage Warriors, where you're using the IQ of the knowledge you have gained on the Celtics, especially on the defensive end, and you're executing, and you get the Warriors chant. I mean, do people realize this when they're watching this game? That's what's happening. Is it's just so enjoyable. Like this is a coach's dream, that your team, well, Wiggins misses a free throw, but your team is getting smarter by the minute. You're adjusting. You're learning. That's what a video game can't do. That's why in real life will always be better than a video game right here. Because our squad is adapting and it's adjusting and it's getting better before our eyes. This is beautiful. We're up 11 though. We know what happened last time. 7:30, 7:29, 7:28. Horford against Looney. Jalen now switched on Looney. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Look at Looney. Clay lost Horford. That's Clay's fault. Clay has to trust Looney. He'll learn that. He'll look at this film and go, Looney doesn't need help on Jalen. Believe it or not. Secretly, I don't know if other GMs are noticing, but Looney is becoming way, way more than $5 million. Oh, they're going to call on the floor. I mean, that's always the case. Jordan Poole is about to get the whole bench fined right here with the whatever you call that, the bench decor. I mean, they haven't been calling that a shooting foul, so I think it should be, but then all the other ones have to be. And I remember earlier in the Dallas-Memphis series, I'm sure glad they didn't call the N1 for Luka. Marcus Smart with not a good foul there. Let's check the foul situation. We're in the bonus. Smart with 3 fouls. But that's their MO. They get physical on you. They get up in your space when they feel like it's oh man, Steph has a little cut on his elbow. That sucks. Been there, bro. I've had the bursitis right here, so I've had to use elbow pads, and I know that psychologically an elbow pad might affect your shooting. It doesn't. You get used to it. but I think it protects you better. Anyways, he finally made both. Over there with Jason Richards, his former teammate of Davidson and Dell, Steph's dad. And Draymond is all over on the side. Marcus Smart wants a foul. Assistant coach wants a foul. They're not getting it. Technical on. Udoka. You had to be scared because Draymond was in the vicinity. So you were like, uh-oh, for a minute. There you go, Steph. So we're up 12, but we've been up 12 before. We're terrible from the line. What are we from the line right now? 10 for 16. Yep. But that's been our MO all season. I don't know how we fix that for the future, but it'd be nice to have that fixed at some point. Marcus says, I'm going to draw a whistle. Well, he finds Jalen wide open. And Looney grabs the rebound. We were at their mercy right there, but they missed it. We'll take it. 6:31, 6:30. Wiggins decides not to shoot the three, which is good. Clay will step back. No good. Jalen attacks, but Clay is in front of him. That's what you do. We didn't do that last game, obviously. Thank goodness. Steph short. Looney rebound. Thank you, Looney. Over to Clay. No good. All right. Little too much home run ball right here, guys. Dial it back. Horford met by Draymond. Looney. Okay, please hit a single, please. I want to defeat the Celtics by 1,000 cuts. I don't need 5 home runs. 5:46 though. Kerr says, "Let me draw up a single for you, Rich." 68:56 with 5:46 to go. Draw up a single for me, Steve, please. Yeah, Roland is spent from this game. I know, man. This is it's beautiful though. This is incredible basketball. This is a coach's dream. My dream. Now that I've charged that one, go here. And I want to set this up as well. So give me a moment to set up the stream on the Chromebook. My goodness, it's slow. Yeah, I mean that's the thing about Clay though, right? I mean, that's why you love him, that's why you hate him. So what are you going to do? If you're going to love him when he goes off and he's still hunting the same type of shots, you can't throw him under the bus when he does it. So he'll come around. I mean, we were grateful for that one early in the third. That kind of lit the match, All right. I'm set up on my stream there. There we go. Yeah, that's truly the most positive way to accept the process. because it was part of the process of learning more about the Celtics. And they're going to do the same thing. The Celtics are going to do the same thing, which is they're the Terminator. They're going to keep coming at you, keep coming at you, keep coming at you. And if they throw up a brick, they throw up a brick, but they're coming down next time and they're throwing up something. And usually the athleticism of Jalen or Jason will manufacture a bucket. So be careful. We've been down this road, and it's been very necessary to have that fourth quarter. Well, my stream is going in and out, so I've just got to pray for the best. Maybe next time out, I'll reset it. Good Lord, this sucks. I'm just going to refresh it. I'm switching over to TV mode real quick while I refresh that. Sorry. So my stream is suddenly going to be faster. I'll try not to spoil it too much. Steve Kerr is very mad because guys were not playing up on Jason Tatum, who hit a three. But Otto hits a three from the corner, and it will take me a while to catch up to that. So back on my stream, it's all the way down to 457, and Grant Williams hit a three. So I guess Jason hit a three. That's not good. So I'm at 445, 444. Draymond bricks a three. 440 now that my stream is repaired. 436, 435. So Jason against Gary, and for whatever reason, Andrew didn't get up when Gary got picked, and suddenly it's a 6-point game. They've halved it just like that. But Otto gets this three, which I saw before I switched back from the TV, and I just kind of left them open there. Back up 9. So now Wiggins against Jason. Here comes the Horford screen. Gary on him. Just keep switching. Derek against Steph. Good job, Steph. Derek against Steph. Pick and roll. Al. Smart against Draymond. Hell no. Horford too tall for Steph. That's okay. Good job. Great defense. We didn't overcommit on Horford. Great defense. I love the adjustment. That's a foul on Marcus. It's going to be 4. Even though, I mean, he felt the tingles go through his nerves. That's a very physical defensive play right there. If you're gonna charge your chest into a guy that's going for a fast break layup, that's what you get. Good call. I'm glad Draymond's okay. Those are the borderline, reckless type plays, but he knows what he's doing. It's just super physical. I hated those guys when I played against them. It's like, man, you can hurt me out here, man. This ain't even worth it. But hey, that's the type of guy Marcus Smart is. We've already seen it. Already sprained Steph's ankle way back when, so whatever. Good job by Draymond, though. So we're in the bonus already? Third quarter, 3:04. Oh, all right. Felt like it was fourth quarter for some reason. But anyways, did you see? GP2 got JP's minutes. What did I tell you? Pritchard against Steph. Derek White says, Grant, go set a pick for JT. Against Wiggs, left side. Shot clock down. He's going to pull. Wiggins, good job. Front rimmed it. They'll get the ball back. Otto and Grant. Draymond doesn't agree with it, but You know, the refs are going to miss a couple. Some will go our way, some will go their way. LJT, no, they're going to go Pritchard, Steph in the corner. Nobody help. Nobody help Steph. He's good. All over him. Great individual defense. Wiggs, you're helping. Shot clock violation. Oh, man, that was close. I was like, Wiggs, don't help, man. We're good. Like, you got to know when guys have locked down their man. And that was a situation where we did. But we got out of it. Overall, great team defense. I'm nitpicking Wiggs, you know. He probably didn't do anything egregious. Steph with the GP2 screen. Gotcha. That's all we need is that one little screen. So we're up by 14, but everyone in the building knows 14 can disappear in a hurry. 240, 239, 238. Derek turns the corner on GP. Not bad. That's why Derek is so good. Pritchard, offensive rebound. Grant Williams deflected by Steph. Good job, Steph. Man, see, that right there is Steph doesn't get enough credit. His defense is so damn good in terms of like the team defense aspect of it and moving his feet and getting his body in front. That right there. Perfect example. So 229 inbound. JT gets Andrew in the air. Perfect help by Draymond. Pritchard has to shoot over Otto. No good. Man, we're playing great defense. We're doing it without Andre. High pick by Otto. Steph says, I'm hot. Hash mark. Good. Oh, and there's JK's manager. In case you didn't know, that's JK's manager, Yanni, courtside with the blonde girl. Oh, hilarious. JT gets fouled by Steph. He wanted a non-shooting foul, I think. Anyways, Steph will take those defensive chances, especially when he's, you know, pushed a dagger into your heart. I think Yanni was on the other side of the court and the camera happened to be over there because I don't think they give family seats courtside next to the Warriors bench, you know. I don't see him there right now. Sometimes they do on the baseline, though. Anyways, Jason Tatum, rare miss from the free throw line. Let's check his stats. Okay. 5 for 6. Anyways, yeah. All right, so we're at up 16, which again, we're not taking for granted. 148, 147, 146. Steph doubled. Grant Island doubled by, Grant Island. Oh, missed it. Auto rebound. We've got him in organized chaos mode. There he is. Steph corner. Oh, gosh. Trying to razzle dazzle. Stepped on the line. Okay. Little too much. Although we are up 16. Little too much. We are up 16, though. So there's Steve kind of like, why does he do that? Why does he do that? You can't do anything. I don't know that he's complaining about Steph or anything. Tatum says, I got to take over right now. We're losing a little bit of concentration, but it's understandable when you've built a 16-point lead. Steph now has 2 fouls. Steph should not get switched on right there. He could do a better job right there of not getting switched on such that he has JT. Right there, step up a little bit more, and that allows Wiggins to stay on JT, but he let his guard down a little bit right there, as normal humans do. So now that we're up 16, you can risk putting JP in there, especially with only 119 to go. We'll see how much he plays. I think you'll see this more where we have a cushion and you can bring in JP. Razzle dazzle. There's excuse me, there's the value of JP, the razzle dazzle, get them on their heels, assist bucket right at the rim for Looney. Beautiful, beautiful by JP. Just needs to put that other half together. Look at Andrew fight off the pick and roll. Beautiful. Look at Looney show himself and go way out. Excellent. Looney, excellent. Oh, we got a shot. Oh, Looney. Looney again. Okay. All right. I'm telling you, man. Draymond, Looney, Wiggins, man, right there. Both of them. Looney is unbelievable on defense. All the technical things he did right there. When you double, you have to double about a foot in front of the restricted area. You have to. Oh, Poole going to go for the home run. Got it. You can do that when you're 28.7 seconds left and kind of drive a nail in that coffin real quick. Derek White going to run this clock out. Still a 5-second differential. 17, 16, 15. So I hope Steve gets some freaking credit for bringing in JP at the right moment when we didn't really need defense. White's wide open, misses. Wiggins rebound, still got 5 seconds. 3. Shoot it, JP. He got it! Oh my goodness, from half court. 23-point lead. Oh. Well, now you can't bench him. You have to play him normal minutes going into the third. 87-46 or 64. End of Q3. And the great thing about it is tonight we will not see the Warriors stop pressing the gas pedal because we've been through that. We've been through the whole thing where we let up and Boston came back. So now that we've learned the lesson, which is kind of a good thing, come to think of it. That's what I said after last game. I said, you know, that was possibly the best game tape that we could have asked for. Because that was Boston playing at their absolute maximum. Like, they cannot play better than that. When you've got Derek White interior passing to Horford to back out up top to wide open Jason Tatum. I mean, Tatum actually missed that shot last game. That's about as perfect an offense that you can ask for, not named the Golden State Warriors, of course. Our offense is a little bit different than everybody else's, as you can see. Oh, man. That was incredible. That felt good. Now we got to play defense. And now the question is, can you keep your foot on their throats? Can you do that? Because you damn well better. If they cut this thing 10, all of a sudden we're the deer in the headlights. So beware. You really have to shut them down. Like, that intensity is 36 minutes of that is not enough. We have to go the full 48. Keep going. Keep going until it is mathematically impossible for them to catch up. You know, at this rate, if we keep a 20-point lead, then we can bring our bench in at the 2-minute mark, possibly a little bit more. But you have to play at the same intensity for the next 10 minutes, or at least 9.5 minutes. And last game, it was like, oh, they're going to replay the JP half-court shot. Swish. It wasn't even a question about it. Outside, Thrive City going crazy. We're going crazy. Man, this is a moment. This is a moment. And you wonder, now that JP has established himself as a true offensive force, can he, like Clay, turn that into two-way player? You know, that's the challenge. And the great thing about that is you can literally check off the offense. It's done. No more needed on offense. I mean, maybe mentally, maybe some IQ, knowing when to execute the single rather than swing for the home run. Maybe a little bit improvement with that, but that just comes with time. He's going to mature naturally. But you can check that off. That's amazing. I believe he's doing it sooner than Clay did. Why don't we take a look? I mean, isn't that interesting? Clay had 2011 lockout season, so that's kind of equivalent to the 2020 season for JP that got cut short. I mean, when did Clay bust out? He busted out, let's see. I mean, he hit 20 points per game in his 4th year. So I would say JP's on track. Anyways, 11:49, 11:48, 11:47, 11:46. Belly's back in there. GP in there, gets a steal. I love GP. Finds Poole. Warrior basketball transition, missed it, but Draymond got his paw on it. And Payton with the putback. Oh, Gary Payton. So good. How are we going to pay all these guys? We got to, man. We got to pay all these guys. Ah, this is so enjoyable. This is just 25-point lead. This is just beautiful. Beautiful. So enjoyable. Man, you guys are commenting like crazy, which is great. Next time out, I got to Jason Tatum, no good. I guess he wanted a foul. Draymond's pushing it. Come on, Clay. Over to JP. JP's feeling it. Pulls up. Good. He's feeling it. There's no stopping him. Ride him. And it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool how they put in Steve, Belly causes Al to mess up, and he gets the layup uncontested. Timeout, Udoka. He is mad at his team. 10:45, 93-64. And this might give, get some burn for the young kids, which is good too. Man, what happened in the comments right here? Oh, okay. Okay. Man, oh man, how the pendulum swings, does it not? That's why you never get too high, you never get too low. You just don't know about this game. And if you do it the right way, you study the film and you come up with a game plan and you execute the game plan, man, guess what happens? Things like this. Yep. It's important for a guy like JP to feel like, we could have had like a blowout and JP didn't have much of a role, but for him to have a role in this blowout, perfect. Because his role wasn't ever going to be like GP, like great plays, great hustle plays on defense. That was never going to be a Poole, narrative. But us doing all these things on defense and JP, kid, go grab those headlines, man. Have at it. Enjoy, because, at the end of the day, coaches know. The 29 other coaches in the NBA know that they're going to game plan with Jordan Poole somewhere in there on defense. All right. So for JP to have really good feels about this, whether it comes from the offensive end or defensive end. But for him, as a young kid, to feel like he was a difference maker tonight, which he obviously is, he's laying down nails in that coffin, laying down those nails. So really exciting, guys. Enjoy it, because we had to spend 72 hours worried about stuff. Worried. Did Boston have our number? And again, I like to bring it back to that whole thing where we are improving before our very eyes. We are learning to not switch when we don't have to. We are learning that Looney doesn't need any help on defense. We are learning when better to hit singles than home runs. I mean, in other games and other series, we would continue to try and hit those home runs all the time and never learn anything because we didn't respect the opponents as much as we respect Boston. Pritchard short, but he gets his own rebound. Ooh, they brought in, who the hell is that? Aaron Nesmith. You got to try something if you're a Udoka. There's Clay trying to get a single, but he gets thwarted. Foul on Clay. All right, so up 29, if my math is correct. We can make a few mistakes. Time to get Clay into rhythm, yeah? Got to get him into rhythm before the next game. Right when I said that, my stream's going out. All right, Nesmith with a bucket. I lost my stream. Gotta love it. Switching over to TV. Now I'm ahead of the stream. Sorry. And it's on a timeout. So something else happened. I wonder what happened. Oh, here we go. Getting sloppy. We revealing something? Jordan Poole looks pissed. What happened? I can't even jump back 15 seconds on this. I should do that on the. I'm going to do that on my phone. So I'm going to pull up yet another stream, totally tax my internet, and try and find out what the hell's going on here. Sometimes the stream on your phone is a lot more reliable. I stand corrected. I can't go back 15 seconds, so I'm just exit out of there. Check the play-by-play. Let's see. Poole with the steal against Pritchard. JP with the bad pass. So I saw the Nesmith layup. Yep. And then 14 seconds later, Poole bad pass out of bounds. Missed a layup. Got a steal. Okay. Anyway, 93-66, 924. 93-66, 924. Go back here. Okay, let's copy those comments. So no one on Twitter, I guarantee you, no one on Twitter is going to give credit to Steve for putting in JP at that moment so that he could rise to the occasion. Because for all intents and purposes, we didn't need JP this game because it was a defensive game that pretty much got us this lead. But then we got JP in there, couple daggers, and suddenly we're up closer to 30 than we are to, 15. So I think Steve deserves some credit. Playing belly was a good move, yes. So I can go back to the box score now. Since we can relax for the moment, why don't we check some stats? 28 for Tatum. Let's see, 17 for Jalen. Wiggs 11 and 11-6-2. Draymond 9-5-7. Very balanced. Looney 10-6-1. Gary, okay, I'm back. 9-15, 9-14. They find Belly on the post up. He doesn't score. In and out. Wow. Halfway down. Jordan Poole 11 points. And Steph 29, 6 and 4. Clay with 9 points, 3 rebounds, 4 for 15. Oh boy. What do you call that? Is that catfishing? What do you call that? When you don't go by your own name, but you go by somebody else's name and likeness. Adam Silver wannabe is here. All right, let's see if Clay can get into rhythm against Nesmith. He falls away, got the bucket. Well, they have their bench, but 3 key guys are still in there. They still have 3 key guys. And that is Grant Williams, Peyton Pritchard, and Derek White. All right, Derek White down the lane, too easy, but he misses it. Belly rebound. 8-0. Oh man, my stream just died again. God, why does it do that? 8-0. Nope, it's gonna hiccup and hiccup. Clay got blocked from behind. Well, that doesn't help. And gets fooled by Nesmith. Pass over to Pritchard for 2 points. We are now up 27. 742, 741. Clay wide open. Bricked it. Claps at himself. Got to get into rhythm before you sit on this one. Well, Pritchard bucket. We're losing a little bit of concentration here. Might need to bring back the big guns if this keeps going. You don't want it to because Steph has already played. How many minutes has he played? Uh-oh, shot clock 7, 6. Draymond finds Gary. Nope, out of bounds. Steph has 32 minutes. All right. What's the call? Why would you show Ime Udoka in the middle of a weird call? We're still showing people when there has been a call on the floor. We need more basketball people in basketball. I guess it was a do-over. Clay now. Tough shot. No good. Gary's there. Nothing. At least Gary's good to go. Grant will attack Draymond. They're going to call that on Draymond. How many fouls on Draymond? We're not out of the woods yet. 6:55. A lot of time. He misses. Brian Williams misses. This guy's solid. I like the Celtics team, unless they're playing us. It's very impressive. All of their guys that step up, like this guy, Grant Williams, hits 1 of 2. Oh gosh, look at Pritchard with the pressure. Also, Grant's holding them. That's a foul. They finally called it. Don't get a T. There, he's yapping at Williams. Draymond is. Honestly, we need a guy like Grant. What's his contract status? That's what we lack. We need another Draymond. Honestly, emotionally, someone to do some dirty stuff. Who's with me on that? I mean, really. Not that I want to cut anybody. I'm just saying if there's a way we can get a guy like him, let's go get a guy like him. But he's probably way under contract and all of that. Let's out of curiosity, let's look at what is going on with the Celtics. We do that by going to hoop type Warrior salaries. And we'll switch it over to Boston. Take a look. See if you're with me here. All right. Grant Williams looks like mid-level, maybe rookie contract type stuff here. So he's locked up 2 more years. So is there anybody else out there? Need a Grant Williams. Looney coming in, Draymond out, probably Wiggins back in. I prefer that defense. Moody's in there. So Moody is taking what? Either Steph or Otto's minutes right now. I want to say Steph. But we're up 22, and I don't feel comfortable about that. Nice lead pass. Clay finally gets a call. All right, Clay. Get yourself to the line here. That's the best way to get back in a rhythm. While you're at it, everyone, please splash that like button. Thanks. You make a free throw. Yes. And we have 86, 88 concurrence. Come on, guys. 61 likes and we got 88 concurrence. What's up with that? I need 27 of you to do the most simplest thing in the world. Click the like button. I mean, it helps. It helps. It helps me out a little bit, and it doesn't cost you anything. And I'm doing a giveaway. I keep doing these giveaways, and I'm going to be a busy bee one of these days at the post office, guys. And there's a Jordan Poole turnover. Oh my God. Is it 18? No, it's 22 still. Thank goodness. I'm so glad it's still 20. If it was 18, I'd be worried. 97-75. That's some sloppiness, guys. 5:38. 3.5 more minutes. Just don't let it dwindle down to like 12 points or whatever. That's all we need. 3.5 more minutes. Did people splash the like button a little bit? That would be so good of you to do. Refresh. 67 likes. No, 68 likes. And we have 87 people concurrent right now. It'd be easier to stay positive if we had more or pretty much the same likes as we have concurrence. But whatever. Oh, I see a tweet saying Damian Lee is coming in. I'll bet you it's for JP. I'll bet you it's like, instead of people on Twitter going, oh no, it's Damian Lee. Oh, wait, JP's still in there. So we're going super small? Clay's in there. Looney. Who's the other guy? No way Otto's in there. You got to protect that foot. Go splash the like. GP, Moody. Mean pick by Looney. Let's hit some singles here, guys. Looney. Moody gets Poole open on the misdirect. Did you see that? Moody cutting, then allowed Looney to screen for the next guy, which allowed Poole to get the open three. Way to execute, Moody. Won't get credit for it. Oh, that's Matt Ryan, I believe, or what? Who's he has been written about? Sam Hauser. Triple Sam Hauser. My fault. Finds Moody down low. He's hitting singles. Look at him. Fundamental. Clay against Pritchard should be no contest. Nope, missed it. Still up 22. Time winding down. 4:34, 4:33, 4:32. Clay now 4 for 19. Hauser, nope. Grant, nope. See, look at how GP closes out, and that's just so fundamental. Put him in a textbook, man. And him boxing out like that. Put him in a textbook. So good. All right, so JP right side, Moody up top. Goes to GP, goes to Looney, dunk. Should have been and one against Tice. Tic-tac-toe, baby, hitting singles. Warrior bench basketball. Up by 24. Pritchard step back. No good. GP swallows another rebound. Man, how many rebounds? Just 3. Feels like more. We're going to call timeout. I guess my stream is so behind Twitter. Now Damian Lee will come in because now is garbage time. 3:35, 24-point lead. Mathematically impossible because we would need to turn the ball over 8 straight times. They would have to hit a 3 8 straight times. And 8 possessions in 3:35. Let me see. Is that even possible? 24 seconds each. Say 20. A minute has 3 possessions. Yeah, probably not. Okay. This feels good. I can't wait to go get me a I got to go get me a Starbucks. I'm sorry. I have to. I am just exhausted. I need a little pep in my step. Do a little mobile ordering, do a little drive-through. Boom. Anyway, 102.80, 315. This feels more like the Warriors, does it not? That's smart of Udoka to clear the bench, which he already did. Oh, excuse me. Good win. Oh, I got to email Dean the link. Oh, let's see if Moody can do something. JK's in there. Juan's in there. Damian and Jordan. Juan will shoot a 3. Short. No good. All right. Where are you, Dean? Dean Chambers, Long Beach. Let's see. There you go. Reply. Boom. Dean Chambers. I'm so glad you can come on board because I'm so tired when you got to use this voice that long. Oh, Dunk Moody. Mo Moody. Yes, sir. Ben Conant. Blast from the past, baby. Whoa. Oh, my God. Ben Conant. He is my buddy from way back. Ben Conant. Yes, sir. Ben Conant. Love you, man. Love you, man. JP, top 3. Everybody cash in. Hey, JP, share the ball a little bit. Look at Clay. Clay's sitting there going like, man, I'm 4 for 19. That's okay, Clay. That just, the more he misses just means the more he's going to make later. It all balances out. Honestly, there's nothing more truer in life than Clay eventually hitting 40% from 3, like over time. Juan throws it away. 135. Wow. Ben Conant. Okay, let's close this thing out, guys. Let's see. Curry rested the whole 4th. Yes, sir. Man, talk about long time Warriors fans. Me, Ben, and Jason. Jason Warren, if you're watching, salute. Oh man. We have been waiting for a dynasty like this. Still moving the ball around. Gotta fire it. JP way off. Yeah. Way to bring that up. Horford and Smart with 2 points apiece. Amazing. Amazing. Anyways, Moody. What's up, Guam? Damian gets to shoot. Misses. Good job, mop up crew, everybody. 20 seconds. Oh, banked a 3 in. Very satisfying, though. Very satisfying because during the game, we got better. Oh, man, that feels good. It just, that's why we play the game. This is what coaches dream of. For your team's IQ to increase inside of one game. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, Percy. See you next time. All right. It's almost that time to do the drawing, guys. 107.88. Ben. 107.88. Final. And we're going to cover the post game. Oh, I better check. Post game interviews. Where are we at? Well, Stephen Curry should have been on top of it, but maybe I'll get to it later. Don't see any stream anywhere. Oh, that sucks. Let's see if NBC's got anything for us. Turn that volume.
At 14 and blow this baby open. And now we have a tied series at 1 game apiece.
Okay, I'll put that on a little bit less of a volume.
Steph Curry was special. Jordan Poole came alive. The return of Gary Payton II energized his team.
Watch live.
As we welcome everybody to Warriors Live.
I specifically asked the ABC guy to give me the exact the exact link, and he did not give me the exact link. It's not the post game. Why would you do that? Okay, whatevs. Festus is talking, so not a whole lot going on there, but we will cover the post game because I've got the links. I got the links. Let's do giveaway demarcation point. Did you guys splash the like button? 76 likes. All right, I guess we're pretty even with the concurrence. Whatever. Okay, I might as well do the drawing right. Excuse me. Right now, and get it over with. Because we're gonna have Steve Kerr on board pretty soon. Steph right now talking to the NBA PR guy. And he'll say hello to E40 on the way to the locker room. Can't be too happy about this, even though it is satisfying. So you're not going to see a whole lot of jumping up and down from the Warriors. So we are going to go ahead and randomize this. Oh, let's see. Oh, why did they not play black? It's all predetermined by Nike. I'm sure they have it on some website. Lockervision.com, I think it is. Let's try and look for another one. Whoa, learning curve for JP won twice. But anyways, let's try again. Your event has ended. What? So I got to go, what, go into the post game? Okay. Let's try another one. I got to go back on that one. Let's check NBC real quick. Ooh, Jordan Poole. Nice. Jordan Poole, folks. Meanwhile, I got to, I don't know. What do you do? What do you do with that? Jordan Poole. Stop screen, share screen. Dean, anytime. Not right now, though, but soon. Let's do this. Turn the volume up.
But also some big time shot making, Mully.
Yeah, I mean, both teams made. It went live on me. Here we go, folks. Jordan Poole, post game.
No doubt.
They got it done. Now here we are, 1-1.
Now we have a series. Let's go back inside the Chase Center to the great KB. Garrett Burke standing by with Jordan Poole.
Hey, we saw the Celtics starters come out 75 seconds into the fourth quarter. What is it like when you see an opponent put up the white flag?
It feels good to get a win at home. Bounce back from last games. They're a good team. Now we've got to find a way to keep the momentum going.
When you guys lost game one, you had to turn desperation into domination.
Just stick to our game plan. Come out, be focused, stay locked in to the highest degree, essentially, and just try to execute as best we can.
Your first half, you were 1 for 5 with 3 points, but you flipped the script. How did you do that?
Just continuing to keep being aggressive, playing my game. That's really all it is, trying to get my teammates involved, but continuing to be me, putting pressure on the defense and trying to get easy and open looks for my teammates.
You had 2 huge threes to end the quarter, though. You got to whip up this crowd. What does that feel like?
Just make big shots. Essentially, stick with it. I hit big shots all the time. My teammates believe that, and that's why they gave me the ball at the end of the quarter. To stay locked in and try to get this momentum going and take it on the road.
Also, Jordan, what kind of boost was having GP2 back?
Huge. Being able to have him back, just to disrupt the defense and make hustle plays. He's such a big part of our team, and we need him, and glad he's able to be here on the highest stage.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
All right, thanks, KB. With that, Jordan Poole finishing with 17 points, including some dagger threes at the end of the third quarter. And let's just jump right into the difference in the game. Our Aggie
Okay. Let's see if we get lucky anytime soon. I had to restart the other main streaming laptop, my Chromebook. Why is it my main streaming laptop? Because it connects straight into the HDMI of my TV the easiest. I don't need no adapters. It just works. However, ESPN is killing me. So let's go to TV and see what they give me. Above the rim cameras. No. Let's go to ABC. ABC 7 News. Watch live. Okay. Still in the process of picking a winner. Let's see. This game Poole. I think maybe we'll get some local ABC when ESPN finally decides to relinquish control of that. Anyway, let me upload this here. Poole NBC. Okay, still nothing over there. Oh, it's time. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Shit. Links.
Yeah, skinny guy. Yeah. Although Amick came and sat there because there was no room. And then our thinking room. We didn't let Tim sit there, and that's his seat.
We see who outranks.
Pen Conant. My guy. So yeah, we're gonna have Steve Kerr live for you guys. Woo!
I don't know if I can make that promise tonight. We're pretty full.
Thanks for all the likes, but yeah, Why don't I just keep going on the? I'm gonna keep going on the randomizer. You're just gonna have to trust me. You guys trust me, right? Because I got to keep that screen. I got to keep that screen on Steve Kerr. Let's see. Nothing really there. Oh gosh. Running out, man. Splash that like button, guys. Sure, why not? Splash that like button, guys. Vitor's already won, though. So check Vitor. Have you won? Maybe not. Yeah, you have won. Cool. Thanks for your patience on me taking so long on these type of things. You know, I like the other one. I hope Clay will make some shots in the second half. Rebel to Sounds. He's won already as well. See, all of you guys have won. You guys are veterans. What do I do now? One more time. Good evening. How about good evening? DL. All right. That's a new one, right? No, DL has one. DL. Have you emailed me before? Good chat. Let's go Warriors. But you're on the list anyway. But yeah, you got to email me. What else? What else? What else? Oh man, what do I do? How am I going to pick a winner? Oh, Clay will unleash his beast the next half. Someone added Roland on that. Courtney Carter. When are you still there? Oh no, not there. But we'll save the name for later. Matter of fact, we got to one of these days just sit down and go through all the names that have won, because I have a feeling some of them just kind of bounce in and out. So it's hard to keep track. Let's see. Steve to the podium. Here we go.
Recording in progress.
Questions for Coach Kerr? Ron, we'll start with you.
Steve, if it's possible, was Draymond even more engaged tonight? I mean, and how did that sort of set the tone for your defense?
Yeah, I thought everybody was more engaged. It was pretty obvious, you know, our level of force and physicality was ramped up quite a bit, and it had to be. You know, what Boston did in the second half, you know, fourth quarter the other night, we knew we had to come with a much better focus and sense of aggression, and I thought that started right from the beginning. Draymond played a huge role in that.
Connor, back right.
Connor Letourneau, San Francisco Chronicle. Steve, in your mind, was that third quarter kind of a window into what this team can be when it's at its best, both offensively and defensively?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Steph was breathtaking in that quarter. Not just the shot making, but the defensive effort. He just doesn't get enough credit for his level of conditioning, physicality, and defense. You know, people go at him to try to wear him down because they know how important he is to us offensively. And it's pretty dramatic, the difference in Steph's strength and physicality and his body now than from 8 years ago when I first got here. So guy's amazing. He just keeps working on his game, his strength, his conditioning year after year, and it's a pleasure to watch him play every night.
Tim on the right.
What could you realistically expect from Payton in this game? Was it this many minutes? And what do you think it meant to the team just to have him out there and obviously to play well too?
You know, I might have mentioned this last week. The good thing with an elbow is that you can still get on the court. So he was on the court 3 weeks ago going through intense, defensive slides and sprints and, one-on-one full court, without using his left arm. So just dribbling with his right hand. And so he's been at it with the conditioning for, several weeks. And so that was the least of my concerns. I was worried about just him being able to extend his arm and shoot the ball, but he knocked that three down. And as I said before the game, he had a couple good days of practice where he looked much better than he did going into game one. So he needed the extra few days to really be ready. And I thought he was brilliant. The level of defense, physicality, and speed in transition, it gives us a huge boost.
Howard on the right.
Steve, through the first couple of games, obviously we're used to seeing Steph carry this kind of load for you guys, but in past finals runs you've had, whether it was Durant or Clay pre-injury, obviously, any concern about the load that's on Steph just as a pure scoring in this series and in terms of how to get this done, how to have enough support around him? Is this going to be kind of a different challenge?
There's plenty of concern about plenty of things. Boston's a hell of a team. They have a great defense. They've got guys who are athletic and powerful and can get to the rim. And so whatever it takes, we're going to need contributions from a lot of people. And, I think we're perfectly capable of winning games where Steph doesn't have a huge night. It just means other guys got to step up and score for us. But that's something that they've done all year.
Barry in the middle here.
Hey, Steve, Barry Bloom from Sportico. Your first half, you had no offensive rebounds, no second half, second chance buckets until the very end of the half. It seems like you guys take your mid-range jumpers, you take your three-pointers. If they don't hit, then that's it. If the ball goes the other way. Is that something that you want, or is it something that you'd like to make an adjustment on?
Well, we've been a pretty good offensive rebounding team throughout the playoffs. I thought that in the first half, it was an incredibly physical game, and shots were hard to come by. We weren't getting past them on offense, so that we weren't really creating any defensive rotations, and which would lead to offensive boards. So if the game can open up for us a little bit like it did in the third quarter, then we're able to get better shots to make the defense rotate, and then you got a chance to get a few offensive boards like Wiggs did in that third quarter.
Anthony on the left.
Yeah, it had obviously been a pretty rough first three halves of the series for Jordan. You put him in late third, and he kind of has that flurry. What can that do for him? Did you see anything different that was going on with him in that second half?
No, nothing different. I think the deeper you get in the playoffs, the better the competition, the better the defense. So you have to adjust. You got to figure out how to attack, and you have to do that as a team. You have to do that individually too. So Jordan's still a very young player, learning on the fly, but he's had such a great season, and he's so talented and confident that I have a lot of faith that he'll figure this out. And I thought tonight he did a good job of finding his way.
Steve, I'm Young ESPN. You guys go on a 41-14 run after halftime. What did you or any of the team leaders say at halftime? And then also, after these first two games, what would you assess how you guys have played? I mean, obviously, you blew the lead in game one, then in game two, you blow them out.
Really, there wasn't a whole lot of strategic change. A couple tweaks here and there. The preparation was mostly about our intensity and physicality, and it was obviously ramped up tonight, and it needed to be given what Boston did in game one. So that's the name of the game in the finals. It's hard to get an open shot out there, and it's supposed to be difficult. Game one was too easy for Boston with the looks they were getting in that fourth quarter.
Last question, Vince in the middle.
That's the way y'all was. But Steve, the Celtics' bugaboo this playoffs has basically been to turn the ball over. You guys forced a lot, especially early. Was that a point of emphasis coming in, especially putting Draymond on Jaylen Brown and trying to disrupt that matchup?
I think turnovers are often a byproduct of physicality and intensity, and I thought we brought that from the start. Draymond had plenty to do with that. So did Gary. So did Wiggs. I thought our whole team was physical and intense, and we did a good job of trying to make things difficult for them.
Thanks, Coach.
Recording stopped.
Excuse me. I can't wait until the post game's over.
Recording in progress.
Questions for Gary? Start right here.
Gary already.
It's not all acts at once now. It's not all.
Gary, you've talked just about how much you wanted to get back on the court after being out for a month with the injury. What was it like to be here first NBA Finals?
It was amazing. I was just itching to get out there. I was in the tunnel, just walking back and forth, pacing, waiting for Coach to call me. He kind of pump faked me at first for a little bit, got me going. But after I got on the floor, it kind of calmed down and settled in.
Melissa on the right.
Hey, Gary, what were the emotions of the last couple of weeks just being out, having to watch the team from the sidelines, wishing you were out there, knowing that, you're one of the best perimeter defenders and you could be out there affecting things? I mean, what was it like for you? Were you chomping at the bit?
Yeah, it was just frustrating, that I can come out there and, just help my teammates. And it's been frustrating, since the injury. But like the last week, I knew I was very close. So it was just anticipation and, just antsy, just ready to get out there.
Ron
Kochick from the San Francisco Chronicle. What was the look in Draymond's eyes like tonight? It seems like he was even more engaged and yapping at everybody. And how much did that sort of set the tone for your defense?
Absolutely. We knew our backs were against the wall. We couldn't go into Boston being down 2-0. So he lit the fire under us. And as this whole season, he lit it and everybody else follows. And tonight was one of those big nights that everybody responded.
Anthony on the left.
Couple ones. Did it hurt when you fell, on that, I guess, transition?
No.
Did you fall on the left elbow?
I tried to tuck and roll as best I could.
Does the elbow hurt when you're out there playing?
No, I don't. It's adrenaline. We're just going.
How about the three from the corner? I mean, how much have you been able to shoot over the last couple of weeks with your left arm?
Quite a lot.
Okay.
Looks pretty good, doesn't it?
You hit it.
Gosh, there we go.
CJ up front.
CJ Holmes, San Francisco Chronicle. Gary, what was the difference between the team's intensity in terms of like closing out and defense on the perimeter compared to game one?
Just energy and effort. We was kind of soft in the first game, and that was our emphasis coming out this game and just being aggressive, and just playing Warrior basketball that we know how to play and just be locked in our defensive, our assignments and no personnel.
Let's go to Barry in the middle here.
What's up, Barry?
What your dad tell you about playing in the finals? Did you have any discussions with him about that?
Absolutely not. I seen him when I checked in the game. He was over there in the corner with deadlift. He just shook his head, and I said, "Yeah, I know that means it's time. So go to work." No discussion.
Any other questions for Gary? Melissa, we'll go back to you.
Hey, Gary, Steve said that Steph doesn't really get enough credit for what he does on the defensive end. I'm curious if you agree with that and just how much he impacts the game on that end from your perspective.
Steph is a two-way player. He does a lot on the other side, but he does a lot on the defensive side too. He's in the right spots at the right time. He had 3 steals tonight. He's just in the right spot at the right time. And he talks to his teammates. He's vocal. And he leads by example on both sides of the court. And, I guess guys don't see it, but we see it on this team for sure.
Last question to Ann.
Gary, speaking of that, Ann Killian with the San Francisco Chronicle, toward the end of the game, the two of you were standing on the court, had towels over your head, talking. I was just wondering if you could share kind of what was going on in that little moment with Steph.
I was just asking him how his golf swing was. Yeah, that was about it. He said it looks pretty nice, so you guys might want to check that out. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Gary.
Recording stopped.
Oh, shoot. Let's go to ABC real quick. Let's see if it's working. Yep, it is working. Wow. Don't know if I can do this. Shoot. Missed it. Sorry, folks. Okay. Oh shit, Gary Payton. Don't know how to turn this off. Oh shit.
I think to 12. We had it to 17. They cut it to 12. This time we had it around 17. We ramped it up to 24. So totally different finish to the quarter. Way better for us momentum-wise going into the fourth. And Jordan played a big role in that.
Last one for you. The big adjustments going into now. You got a couple days. You travel. How key is it to just kind of take the momentum you have and go into Boston and get that win that you need in game 3?
Yeah, I mean, one game is all it takes in a playoff series to shift the momentum. Yeah. And so now we got a little bit of it ourselves, but it's going to get tougher in Boston. So we're going to have to bring the same kind of effort.
All right, Coach. More speeches. Love to hear it. I think we have Gary Payton coming up right now, too. So we're just going to stay with Chris and GP. This is like beautiful television. Gary Payton, GP, first off, how's the elbow fin? I love the aggressiveness right away. You're just going up and getting after it.
Oh yeah, I feel normal, back to myself. So I'm not worried about the elbow. Feels fine. Feels great. I was just excited to get back out there.
What was the main goal for you as you check in, you hear the crowd, but just providing the energy? What did you kind of focus on when you went in your minutes?
That was it. Settle in. The first step on the court was kind of, get all the jitters. I was waiting, been waiting. But after I settled in, just bring the energy and effort like I know I do, try to disrupt and make plays for my teammates on the other end. We have guys that can do some great things on offensive end, so just give them the opportunity to do what they do.
You can kind of tell 30 wanted to get this game. What did he do to set the tone and get you guys back in this game?
He leads by example. He gets us going offensively. And when he going offensively, that just makes everybody else, want to get him the ball back. So, that makes us lock in on defense. And when we get steals and stops like we did today, we run a transition.
Last one for you. So you're part of the guys coming off the bench. Andre's out. So Belly plays some minutes. Everybody's kind of getting minutes. What does it say about the strength of numbers and what you guys are going to need that anybody can be called upon any opponent in this series?
Yeah. Every one of us stay ready. It's been a role. It's been one of the things that we've been learning all year, just to stay ready. You don't never know when your numbers are called. Billy had great minutes. Otto had great minutes. Everybody, that replaced Andre had great minutes. And we just can't wait for him to get back.
I just want to compliment you because I thought about wearing an elbow brace tonight. You go out there and just don't care. I appreciate that.
Yeah, let's just get it done. It is what it is.
GP2, man, this guy is tough. And the Warriors now, even the series up, send it back to you guys in Thrive City.
Thank you, Chris. I may go with an elbow pad here. I tell you what, if you're in that crowd, you might need shoulder pads, a helmet, and everything. There's a dance party that's happening outside Chase Center right now as we are live at Thrive's.
Okay, stop that real quick. Got to go back to the Zoom. This is crazy. Post-game availability. Still waiting. What are you guys looking at? Okay, you're looking at that. Okay. So that means I can fix this now. Oh, okay. 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 And where's my other? Okay. Post curve. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Questions for Kavan?
Looney's up.
CJ, we'll start with you up front.
CJ Holmes, San Francisco Chronicle. Kavan, what was the key to you getting going offensively today? Getting the double figures and scoring.
For me, it was just trying to find space, working from behind the defense. Steph draws so much attention. Him and JP. I was able to stick behind the defense and finish around the rim. Got some good shot blockers, but I was able to get up quick. So that's what it is.
Ron on the right.
On Krejcik, San Francisco Chronicle, what was different defensively tonight, especially in the third quarter?
Just our physicality. We was able to get them out of their rhythm. Was able to, get Horford off the 3-point line. Get Derek White, having finish some tough shots, and I think Draymond did a great job setting the tone with on Jaylen Brown with his physicality, and we was able to keep them on their heels. I think we did that for the most part last game to the fourth quarter. I think we was more focused on just bringing that force and playing with the energy.
Monty on the left.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. Kavan, what went through your mind when Clay, who had been struggling all game, hit that three, and then the Celtics called the timeout immediately? What were you thinking at that time?
We was getting good looks. Clay is a guy who's going to keep shooting. He's going to figure it out, and it was just good for our energy to get him going. See the ball going through the rim. Getting them clean looks. Against a defense like that is tough. So when we get some free easy ones, he made it. Got our whole team going. I think we kind of fed off the energy.
Next question on the left.
Kavan, this reporter, The Athletic. I was wondering if you could explain the intensity Steph plays with when they're trying to take him away, they're being physical. Like, how does he tend to respond to that?
He always responds well. They've been trying to do that to him for years. It's not his first time where guys try to beat up on him and be physical with him. And, we kind of know how to play against that. Just got to execute. I think we did a good job of screening for him and getting him open looks. He did a great job of drawing the crowd and getting off the ball. And I was able to convert off around the rim off some assists from Steph. So, guys are going to try to be physical with him, but he's been used to it. He's a lot stronger than he used to be. He's been making shots. He knows that sometimes he's going to have to sacrifice, not get as many looks sometimes to find us. And I think he did a good job of balancing out today.
Next one in the middle.
Hey, I'm Barry Bloom from Sportico. Just following up on Ron's defensive question a little bit. What did you guys do to neutralize Horford and Smart tonight? I mean, they had such good game ones, and each of them had 2 points tonight.
We just tried to take away some of their easy looks early. I think last game they got real comfortable. They got into a rhythm. I think Mark Smart put a lot of pressure on the rim last game, and Brown and Tatum put a lot of pressure on the rim. They was able to kick it out to shooters. I think we did a better job of controlling the ball at the point of attack, and in turn we was able to limit their 3-point attempts and keep Horford and Smart from getting wide open looks. I think that starts with Wiggs and Draymond. They did a great job with Brown and Tatum of keeping them out of the paint, or no straight line drives, I should say. And we did a good job flying around and rotating.
Melissa on the right.
Hey, Kavan, Melissa Rowland, Fox Sports. You mentioned Draymond's intensity tonight. Steve Kerr has long called him the motor of the team. Can you verbalize how much of a difference it makes when Draymond comes out, playing with that type of intensity? How much does that change things on the court?
It changes things a lot. When he's out there playing with that intensity, and when he's flying around making plays, not alone just our team feeds off that, but the crowd feeds off that. When he's out there, getting steals, getting blocks, and getting assists, it makes the game easier for everybody. I think he was he played a great game. We fed off his energy, his intensity, and he's been our leader. He's been our emotional leader. He's been our voice of the team for a long time. So when he put on a performance like that, it's kind of everybody has to follow and have to match that intensity. And I think he set the tone, and we followed.
Anything on left?
Did you cringe at all when Gary Payton fell on that left elbow?
Just a little bit. He's going to make plays. He's going to get to the rim. He's going to fall. But Gary's a tough guy. He always plays through injuries. He's played through things. So I know. I think he's learned how to fall since the last time. So I think we have some confidence in him.
What does he do for you guys on the court, but also some of the lineup combinations and stuff that you can?
No, he's a guy that's able to defend multiple positions, and he's able to. We're able to play small lineups with him because he's able to rebound so well. And he kind of just brings a different type of energy. He sprints in transition. He's a lob threat. So we missed him in the last series and in the first game. So having him back out there was great. Is he just a disruptor? Plays well out of the dunk, or he just provides a lot of things that we don't have.
Last couple of questions in the middle.
Kavon Omniums, like ESPN. You guys on a 41-14 run basically after halftime. What was halftime like for you guys? What was said?
Not much was said. It was just, keep executing, keep limiting the turnovers, keep playing with that same force, and keep playing our style of basketball. I think we did that start the third quarter. We always usually a pretty good third quarter team. I think we did a good job of limiting the turnovers and getting out in transition. We got a few shots to fall. We got to play some open looks, step some open looks, and we was able to just feed off our defense.
Kavon, MarkMedinaNBA.com. What's it been like so far trying to deal with the Celtics size, knowing you guys don't have a traditional big man, and what do you guys try to do to make up for that?
I wouldn't say it's like they don't really have traditional bigs. Robert Williams is the only, probably you say traditional big, but he's still probably around the same height as me, and he's super athletic, but he kind of does the same thing, dribble handoffs, lobs, and Al Horford likes to space the floor. So it's just, getting used to their athleticism out of room, their shot blocking. It's probably the biggest thing to deal with, and they had a lot of block shots tonight. It seemed like, but you got to know we got to be, when you get to the paint, kick it out, make the extra pass, because they're coming and they're gonna block shots, and if you put it up on the rim thinking it's easy, they're gonna get it. So I think that's probably the biggest adjustment, and we still got to kind of get used to that their length when we're attacking the rim.
Thanks, Kavon.
Recording stopped.
All right.
We have a minute. Oh, good. Thank you. Okay.
We haven't heard who's next, but we haven't heard if we got
Hey man, were you able to get that picture? No, right. Yeah, I agree. Okay, thank you. Right, we will figure that out tomorrow. So we'll need to- Yep, okay, thanks. Oh, he's good. I think so. Sure is.
It's awesome. I've never seen that before.
Did we get a new Gatorade?
Yeah.
Oh,
So they
nice.
had to grab one.
That's what all that was about.
Okay, let's see.
He's last, right?
I assume.
Yeah. So that's bad. She's making first. Coach needs that.
So we have Poole, Curry, and Green left. Poole, Green.
I want to check and see what they're doing over here. Turn that down. Oh, we got Steve. Let's go to Steve. Quit. Quit out of there. Quickly go over here. Share screen.
Steve, you guys had a 35-14 third quarter, and there was no Boston comeback in this one. What were the most important things you did to hold the lead?
I think just the physicality that we brought to this game compared to game one was the difference. Guys got after it. We got into the ball much better. Boston didn't get so many easy looks like they did, especially in the fourth quarter of game one. And so the defense improved, and that translated to the offense. And that third quarter, Steph was just brilliant. Jordan finished it with a couple of big threes, and really good quarter.
I asked Jordan about those two big threes, and he said, plain as day, I hit big shots all the time. Mm-hmm. What do you think about his unwavering faith in himself to be a game changer?
It's the only way he's gotten this far. He has unbelievable confidence in himself, and he works at it. He's earned his confidence through the work he puts in every single day. And he's not afraid. He's on the biggest stage, and he's despite all the chatter and the ups and downs, he just keeps going.
And I do want to ask about Draymond, because he said he wanted to play a better game. He has to be accountable in order to hold other guys accountable. Did he make good on his promise?
Yeah, his defense was amazing. He set a tone with his physicality right away. I thought the rest of the team followed suit, and Draymond was Draymond. He's the ultimate champion. He's the ultimate winner, and he showed why tonight.
What does it do for you guys to go to Boston with the series tied 1-1? Is it like a deep exhale?
Yeah, I mean, you can't go on the road down 2-0. So, this gets us back in the series. Obviously, we wanted to win both home games. We didn't. So, the focus now is we're back in it, but we got to go to Boston and lock in on game 3.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Karen.
All right, thanks, Garrett there. Let's talk about Kevon Looney.
There's another one for you. Most content. Let's go Warriors. Got to go back to the Zoom call.
Tomorrow.
Nothing yet. Switch it over. Okay, let's see.
I'm just asking for. I'm gonna ask.
You know, that's what you get to be in
You're eligible for 2 sabbaticals.
I know.
Have you taken those?
Excuse me.
Saying that for a while.
I got to keep an eye on NBC over here. So they're showing Looney at the podium.
It's like a week after All-Star. Athletes always quiet. August is yeah.
Excuse me. Okay.
That's my wife's birthday, so it's not quiet.
She a birthday month person.
Well, she has that. She has that.
I support that.
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Someone's on.
Get started with questions for Draymond. Go to Marcus on the left.
Drake, can you talk about how like good Steph was against the type of defense they were playing and when it kind of clicked for him?
I thought he was incredible, and most importantly, his decision making was great. He got off the ball. He didn't drive into traffic. He took what the defense gave him. I think for the first probably 6 minutes of that game or so, he had 0 points. Wasn't forcing anything. Let the game come to him, and we all followed that.
Question in the back.
Robert Littell, BSO, right here, Draymond. Rightfully so, we always speak about Steph like you just did offensively. Can you talk a little bit about how good defensively he was tonight on the switches, locking people up, and doesn't get a lot of credit for that a lot of the times?
He never does. I've been talking about it for the last couple of years of how much he's improved on that side of the ball. Teams used to try to call him into every action and just try to pick on him. That doesn't work anymore. He sit down, he guards, and we're all there behind him if he does need help. But he hasn't been needing that often, and it's great. I've spoke about how much stronger he is. He's able to hold his ground, so you're not able to bump him off his spot, and that's been huge for us. And I'm not shocked he's playing that type of defense. He's been doing that, like I said, for the last couple of years.
Howard on the right.
Hey, Draymond, in your past finals runs, you guys always had a lot of proven firepower around Steph, whether it was KD or Clay in the past. Feels like this is a little bit different, at least through these first couple of games. It's a lot of Steph and then just trying to find where the rest of that offense comes from. Are you guys feeling that? Is this going to have to be done a different way?
Oh, well, I think our offense is always a lot of Steph. It all starts with Steph. Whether, when KD was here, our offense still started with Steph. And that's the way it's going to be. I think, when you're playing against a team like that, you have to get offense from other places and not just Steph. And I think for the most part, we did a pretty good job of that. Clay, 4 for 19, had a tough one, but that happens, and we know he'll make shots as this series continues to go on. But we didn't turn the ball over, and I thought that was very important in this game. Is keeping them out of transition and making them play against our defense.
Tim?
Hey, Draymond, it's pretty clear you guys turned the intensity way up, especially on defense. Have you been able to guard Jaylen Brown? Was that part of it? How big a part do you think that had it in, and what was a general kind of attitude going in?
I think everybody played with more force. It wasn't just me on Jaylen Brown. It was across the board. If I just pick up my force and no one else does, it doesn't work. So that's a total team effort. Guys being ready to help when help is needed, and guys taking on the challenge at the point of attack. So, yes, I wanted to come out and be more aggressive on that side, and I think I did a good job of that. But that's a full team effort. It doesn't just work because of one guy.
Question in the back. Oh, Ron, sorry. Go ahead, Ron.
Ron Krajcik from the San Francisco Chronicle. You said yesterday they needed to feel you when they had the ball, when you guys were on defense. Do you feel like you achieved that tonight? And how do you feel like that starts with you? Like you have to set the tone on that side of the ball?
That's my job. Just like I said, Steph Curry sets the tone on the offensive side of the ball. It's my job to set the tone on the defensive side of the ball. And I wanted to do that from the very beginning of the game. And, first play we come up with a jump ball, then we come up with a turnover. So very important for me to come out that way on that side, and I have to continue to do that. This series is not getting any easier. It's only getting tougher. So got to take that up even another couple notches.
Hey, Draymond, clearly you had that force. You were pushing it, but from the jump ball to maybe even the dead ball technical with Grant situation with Jalen, do you know, are you pushing it to where you think the edge is? Like actively, are you thinking that, okay, I can push it to here because my team needs that sort of energy?
No, we need that energy anyway. So for me to sit back and say, oh, I'm going to push it to this edge and try to pull it back, that don't work. I got to be me. And so with the first tech, it is what it is. That's not going to stop me from being aggressive or doing what I do on the basketball court. Just got to live with the results.
Next one on the right.
Draymond, Gary has quite the remarkable journeyman story, just with everything he's been through. And then obviously getting a tough break in the Memphis series where he breaks his elbow, uncertain whether or not he would be able to even make a return, this postseason. What was it like to see him, get the opportunity tonight and, hit that corner three?
It's incredible. He's like you said, he's had quite the journey, and to see him finally get over the hump and play the way he did this year, number one, I think GP played one preseason game and made the team and just continued to battle, became a main key piece in our rotation. And, it's tough losing him in that Memphis series, but we're able to overcome it, then able to overcome Dallas and give him an opportunity to get back, give Andre an opportunity to get back. So to see him finally get that opportunity and come in, and I know it was hard on him missing the first couple free throws, and to step in there after that and knock down that three, having very little reps of shooting the basketball since that Memphis series, it just shows who he is. That's the reason he's here, though. Most guys can't step up in that situation, but GP, he's tough, and he's built the right way, and he stepped up, and he gave us some good minutes tonight.
Middle.
Hey, Draymond, how did you see Jordan work his way through the ups and downs of tonight's game?
I thought he did really well. He had a tough time there in that second quarter, I think it was, and he checked out. Steph came back in. We kind of got the game under control, and he just stayed the course. He never wavered. And that's important. When you're playing against a tough defensive team like that, sometimes it's going to be hard for a while. And you just have to stay the course and get that breakthrough. And he stayed the course. He didn't start forcing things. He continued to play within offense, and then things started going his way a little bit.
Home on the left.
Draymond, in your words, like in game one, you said you guys dominated them for the first 41, 42 minutes, and they kind of fell apart. Tonight, you blow them out after halftime. Was tonight more just about an attitude adjustment for you guys?
I think it was definitely an attitude adjustment. Like I said, we didn't play with enough force the entire 48 minutes. We had spurts where we played with the right amount of force in game one, but overall against a team like that, you can't let your foot off the gas pedal. All they need to see is one shot go in, and it can start a domino effect. And so we knew, like I said last game, they are who we thought they were. And so we knew we had to keep our foot on the gas pedal and not let up, and we did that, and we're able to come out with the win.
Vince in the middle.
Thanks, good one, Yahoo Sports. Draymond, you were turning them over in the first half. You kind of were getting a lot of things that you wanted, yet you were still only up 2 before that third quarter explosion. What was that confidence level like, that the consistency of you keep pressing it, either they're going to crack or they're going to break? What was that like?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, when you're playing against a good team, they're not going to waver. They're going to continue to play their game, whether it's going their way or not. Last game, it was the same thing. Like, I thought we were playing great and we didn't create much separation. Then we did. Difference was we gave it back. Tonight, we didn't want to give it back. But ultimately, we always talk about playing 48 minutes. And if we do that, we feel like they'll break at some point, not just them, just over the course of a season. If we can put a good 48 minutes together, you trust in that work, and hopefully they'll break. And we were able to pull ahead tonight.
Sam in the middle.
Sam Amick, The Athletic. Dre, I wonder just your feelings on the overall mental side of the game, because you've been so complimentary of their defense, how physical they are. We know who they are, and then you're deliberate with what you do. So you send messages individually tonight with physicality, with force. But as a unit, are you guys where you want to be when it comes to the mental side of this game in this matchup?
I think we're getting there. I think it's a constant thing. Confidence goes up, it goes down. That's just the way the game works. But I think overall we're in a great mental space. Nobody panicked. Everybody stayed the course, and ultimately knew if we go out and play our game, we put ourselves right back in a position to take control of the series. Now, we haven't taken control of it yet, but we've put ourselves in position to go and take control of it. So that's the important thing. And for me, you have to send a message. Guys follow me on that side of the ball. If I'm not sending a message, then who's sending that message? So I'm not going to just come and sit in front of y'all and hold myself accountable and not back it up. You got to be about what you talk about, and I take pride in that.
Last couple of questions. Monty on the left.
Draymond, did you sense that third quarter explosion coming? Because as soon as Clay, who had been struggling all night, hit a three, Ime was up on the timeout. Did you sense what was coming after that?
I mean, I felt like it was coming the entire game. I thought we were playing really good basketball and we just didn't pull away. But if you stay the course, you continue to play that basketball, it'll eventually go your way. And so I thought we did a good job of that. And, we feed off of it. When Clay hits shots, it gets us going. And so it was good to see him knock that shot down, and that started to run for us.
Final question on the right.
Brandon Scoop Robinson, Valley Sports. Dre, when I looked at Wiggins, I like the way that he kind of altered a lot of Tatum's shots throughout the course of the game, kind of got him out of his rhythm. You was a premier defender in my mind. What did you make of the way that he covered Jason Tatum tonight?
I thought he was incredible. I thought he did a great job last game as well. And JT got something to go early, but ultimately you got to just stick with it for 48 minutes and to make those shots tough. It's hard to shut guys down that are that good. And so you just got to trust the fact that if you make the shots tough over the course of the game, that they'll miss some. And Wiggs has been incredible all playoff long. I mean, really, for the most part, all season long on the defensive end. But it's really taking it up a couple notches in these playoffs, and we need him to continue to do that. He's our primary wing defender, and when speaking of another team's go-to guy, and he's doing a great job of that, and we feed off that. It's very important how you're guarding the ball at the point of attack. And so whether it's him on JT or me on Jaylen Brown or Steph on Marcus Smart, you have to be physical at the point of attack, and I thought we did a good job of that.
Thanks, Draymond.
Recording stopped.
Alrighty. Okay. You guys enjoying this? Because I'm doing all this work in the background, so I can't really pay attention to you guys. So I hope it's all good for you. Oh, Steph. Here we go.
Recording in progress.
Start with questions for Steph. We'll start with Melissa here.
Hey, Steph. Melissa Rowland, Fox Sports. Both Steve Kerr and Draymond Green talked about how you do not get enough credit for what you do on the defensive end and how you've grown in that area throughout your career. I'm curious, when did things really start clicking for you on that side of the ball?
I mean, it's always been a point of emphasis in terms of trying to win basketball games and do your job. Over the course of my career, it's been a physical development that's happened over time that obviously helps. A lot of work that's gone into that. But at the end of the day, from my rookie year to now, it's always been about effort and just a care factor. Overcoming physical limitations or with matchups or whatever it is. If you try hard, good things will happen, and you'll continue to get better. So it's always been a point of emphasis.
Howard on the
Just
right.
better at it now.
Steph, the first time you guys won a championship, it was the strength in numbers team, but you had a lot of Clay scoring back then, and then the next couple you had Clay and Durant here. Does this one feel a little bit different so far? Do you feel like you're carrying more of kind of a scoring load than you're used to at this stage?
I think it's different just because of the way the team's constructed. There's always a need for me to be aggressive, try to play, make, try to score. Understand how the defense is going to guard me and guard us as a team, and be able to counter that. When as you compare it to years past, with the depth that we had, with the heavy loading of scoring, and me, KD, Clay had, like, obviously it looks a little different, but and the game flows a little different. But I think this year there's definitely a need for me to be aggressive throughout the game, to create, draw attention, get shots up, and you just continue to apply pressure. Obviously, these first two games, it's gone well. I don't know what it'll look like on the road. The rest of the series, it's just always about being confident with the ball in my hands and make plays.
Next one in the back.
Robert Littal, BSO, right here, Steph. What was it like seeing Jordan Poole hit that shot, that three at the end of the third quarter? He had been struggling. The whole team celebrated. It seemed like that gave you guys a real boost going into the fourth.
Well, it's kind of funny. We talk about how we finish quarters and how that momentum can carry over. So that was obviously a big shot to get the crowd into it, put a kind of a dagger on that great third quarter that we had. I think he was a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more under control tonight. It didn't go his way much early, but then he had that flurry. I think he had the 2 threes in the last 2 minutes of the third quarter. So just continue to find rhythm. He's capable of do that. We shoot half-court shots every practice, shoot around, and we have a little competition going. So we count. If you make one during the game, we count it. So he took the lead tonight.
Next question on the left.
Steph, Draymond was talking about how you were patient to start the game, and then obviously you took over in the third quarter. Does your finals experience and all the playoff games you played, would you say you're better at kind of sensing those moments and when to, step off the gas and when to go, et cetera?
Yeah, that's an accumulation of the last, 2 years of trying to figure that out and balance. Kind of to a question earlier of the scoring load, the playmaking load, and everything that you try to accomplish throughout the game. So I try to be under control, composed, see the game, feel the flow and the rhythm, and know where I can get to my spots. And there's definitely a lot of composure there. And then based on the experience of 15 to 19 and these last 2 years.
Anthony.
Yeah, Al Horford doesn't even get up a three tonight. Marcus Smart, I just think, went 0 of 3. What do you think you guys did much better defensively to shut off some of those holes?
Just a level of focus to start the game. Look back at game 1, and there were, between Marcus, Al Horford, and Derek White, there were like maybe 4 or 5 shots that they got in the first half that were just uncontested, and they're professionals. They play this game just like we do. And you understand if the shoe's on the other foot and we're getting those type of shots, that carries over through the rest of the game, and you start searching a little bit more, you start feeling a little bit more comfortable. So for us to come out in the first quarter with a level of intensity and focus, to obviously with Jalen and Jason, what they do with the ball in their hands, they're tough covers. So you have to keep it's more obvious what you need to do on those guys. But then certain possessions we kept the body on Al, try to force Marcus into a crowd, and I think that carried over the rest of the game. So we have to continue to try to do that because they're liable to get hot at any moment.
Next one in the middle.
Hey, Steph, what's the work that you do during both the summer and the season that enables you not just to keep your conditioning sharp, but
also to be able to be constantly running around when you're on the court?
I've always had that since high school, but again, it's not like one thing you do in the summer. It's an accumulation of every year, all the work that you put in that continues to show itself throughout your career, throughout the season, playoffs, and every year that I get an opportunity to play on this level. So I do pride myself on trying to be the hardest worker, the most consistent worker. Maybe the last 2 or 3 years you work a lot smarter than harder, just a little bit more often, especially in the off season. But that's that old saying, like what you do in the summer shows up, at moments like these. So doing my job.
In the middle.
Steph, 2 questions. One, Draymond as well as anyone. He said tonight he needed to send a message to you guys about holding himself accountable, bringing the energy and attitude. When did you know tonight was going to be like extra amped, Draymond?
About 5 minutes after game 1. That's all I needed to see and hear from him, just in terms of what he knew he needed to do. And I think we talk about it. Some of that stuff doesn't necessarily or doesn't always show up in the stat sheet in terms of points, rebounds, assists, just that wow factor. But you feel him in his presence, and the other team feels him in his presence and his intensity, and that is contagious for all of us. So it was great to see.
Last couple of questions, Tim, and then
Steph, you guys always run the high pick and roll, but it seemed like even heavier doses of that. Was that just because you had it going a little bit and you were feeling good at that spot, or was it called more? What was the kind of going heavy pick and roll there?
Just feel and matchups, and you understand how this series is going to continue to go. There are going to be a lot of adjustments, different looks, but if I can get in those, kind of one-on-one matchups and be able to play make out of that and read the defense well, we can create a lot of good shots. And thankfully, it was those type of possessions. Either we got a good shot or ball started moving and we weren't turning the ball over, which helped our offense kind of settle in a little bit. And then when we have good offense and good shots, that helps our defense a lot. So we'll see how it goes the rest of the series, but it's been working.
Stole my question about Draymond's intensity, but how much did having him on Brown more tonight sort of trickle down on the rest of the defense? How much did that have a ripple effect on the way you guys play defense?
And you could have put Draymond on Coach Udoka, and it would have been a different ball game from yesterday, just based on the way he approached the game. So matchups are matchups, but everybody has to bring the right intensity, and Draymond did that from the jump.
Thanks, Steph.
Recording stopped.
I'm gonna assume that's pretty much all of it. Oh, he's talking to who's he talking?
I owe you one. They come up fast.
Oh wow, Draymond.
Gotta stay.
Make it
ASAP.
Make it worthwhile for Jordan. Tim, we'll start with you.
Oh, I have to come back. We gotta go here. Shit.
Record.
Draymond.
I don't think Ime Udoka wants to be guarded by Draymond Green.
Game.
Well, yeah, I mean, he played at the NBA. So, I mean, just to put a wrap on a bunch of Steph stuff, he talked about turnovers.
Right.
And the Warriors, they held it down for a change. 12 turnovers. I mean, we've seen games this postseason where in the 20s, and 18 for Boston. We're talking about Draymond Green. Let's go live to Draymond Green standing by with our Chris Alvarez. Chris, all yours.
And we love how it works out, just like you said on TV. Draymond talked about, I want to go back to your experience because I saw you walking out of game one. You nod your head. You know what this is like. Had this been 6 years later when you weren't in the finals, how much did that experience play a role in what should you do for game two?
It plays a lot. It plays a huge role, you know, to not waver on your confidence, understand that ultimately they came in and they played better than us. But it's one game. It's the first of four. DJ!
Let's bring DJ in here.
It's the first of four. What's up, man?
Let's bring DJ in here. Come on, DJ. Let's get you some time, man. Okay, this is good TV.
You know, understanding that ultimately it's the first of four wins. It's not the first of one. And, you know, we knew we had to come out with a sense of urgency and desperation, and we did that tonight and came out with the win.
Obviously, you're playing intense. You get the jump off from the start, a couple possessions, and then you're always in the mix, Draymond. We know that. So how do you toe that line of making sure you're not out of the game but staying in there for your team?
There's no line to toe. I got to be who I am. That's ultimately when I'm at my best. I don't worry about what line I'm towing. I had no run-ins with officials.
Yeah.
If guys are going to talk junk, then I'm going to talk back. And, you know, I enjoy that part of the game.
Yeah.
So I wasn't worried about towing the line. You know, if I'm arguing with official, then that's one thing. You're towing the line. But it's the finals, NBA finals, there's going to be a little trash talk on the court.
I wish I could hear all of it. So in a situation like this, you need everybody to kind of contribute. Jordan and Clay are some of the guys you're going to need to score. What do you say to those guys? JP got going a little bit, but Clay, you've known Clay forever. He's the hardest guy in himself. What do you tell Clay as you guys get to Boston?
Just stay the course. You know, we know how good Klay Thompson is. We know he's going to hit shots. Just stay the course, hunting good shots, and you hunt good shots, the ball will go in for sure. It's Klay Thompson. We know what he does.
Last one for you. What have you learned about Boston these first two games?
They're a tough physical team. You know, I don't think I've learned so much more than I already knew. They're physical. They're a very good basketball team. They have a lot of star power, and you got to meet force with force. So there are no surprises. They're exactly who we thought they were, and we got to meet that force and try to come out with victories.
If I can get a little analysis from DJ. How'd Dad play?
Good.
Yeah, you got a career in your hands, just like the Sox.
No.
Is DJ making the trip to Boston?
You going?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Wow, that's pretty cool. We're going to see you running around the floor in the parquet.
Yep.
All right. That'll be cool. We'll look forward to seeing you guys in Boston in a couple days. Safe trip. And DJ, we're looking for you on the floor.
Thank you. Say peace.
Peace, guys. Thanks, DJ.
Cuteness alert, cuteness alert. Now, for years, we had Riley Curry, who was dominating the press conferences, and it's a new team.
All right. I don't know how I'm going to get Jordan Poole now. We can maybe try the other stream. Let's try the other stream. How am I going to do this? Let's see. Hold on. Let me first finish up that. Okay. Okay, somehow I've got to find Jordan Poole, and it's probably going to be here. Okay, not yet over there. Missed it on there, so I've got to go find it somewhere else. All right, I got my hat turned and everything because I'm boiling hot in here. I'm pooped, boiling hot, probably not hydrated as well as I should be. probably look horrible. I haven't even checked. Oh, there I am. Yeah, that was cool to see DJ, wasn't it? That was really fun. That was awesome. I just need to get a quote from that one. Oh, and I gotta upload all these other ones. Let's see. Okay. Draymond, Steph Draymond. Okay, cool. Man, Draymond talked for a while on that podium. Everybody's gone from Thrive City. Oh, let's listen to Jordan Poole. My fault. We have Jordan Poole coming up. Let me set that up for you guys.
It's one fantastic ride. The turbocharged, tech-inspired new Kia Forte.
Thrive City is starting to clear out a little bit here.
Indeed.
Where'd everybody go?
Home.
We're still going.
Getting rest.
No.
Resting up for game 3. No resting for game 3. We got a big one coming up here.
All right, we were going to talk about Jordan Poole even better. Let's listen to Jordan Poole, who's live with Chris Alvarez. Chris.
No offense, but I'd actually rather hear from JP as well. Jordan, Coach Kerr joked at halftime he gave this Newt Rockne speech. I don't know if he did, but what were the biggest adjustments you guys made coming out of the half and having that huge third quarter?
Just continue to stick to our game plan, play our game, try to be more decisive. Pick it up on the defensive end, come out with some physicality. We were able to get a really good run going.
For you, every game you're learning along the way, every possession, every series as we move in the playoffs. What was your biggest focus when you checked in that? I think it was the 119 mark. You account for 8 points, you have the assist, you bury a triple, and then you hit one from the Golden Gate Bridge to end the third. What was your mindset in that 90 seconds or so?
Just be aggressive, being able just to score whenever I can and at least be a threat, and look for my shot, especially being able to make big shots. I feel like, that's something I've been able to prove all year. And, try to get the crowd into it, get our team some momentum, especially after that big third quarter, and then kind of take that into the fourth.
Andre didn't play tonight, but I know how big he is, and Coach talked about how big of a coach he is. What did he provide you? What does he do for you in situations like this?
Yeah, I always ask Andre if I'm on the court and just to watch for specific things. So when I come over to the bench, he got something for me, and something that he sees that I don't see, obviously, because the game is moving so fast. Just ask him for little nuances, anything I can work on, what he sees, and we kind of just play that game. He relays the message, and I'll try to use it as fast as possible.
Lastly, Draymond talked about playing with force, physically feeling them. Do you feel that you did mission accomplished tonight as you guys head to Boston?
Yeah, we came out with some physicality, and we were able to get a really big win. So now we got to keep that momentum going and try to carry it on in Boston.
What, 5 or 6 days of close coming up, Jordan, in Boston? Are you even ready for that?
Hey, man, who knows? Who knows?
I'm trying to pack. It's going to be a long night.
Sweats and hoodies, right?
Sweats and hoodies. All right. Guys, let's send it back to you as we finish up with JP.
All right, thanks. And Chris has the 8 a.m. flights to catch.
Excellent. Good stuff. They still got Steph on the NBC stream, so they might have Jordan Poole podium on for us later. But we'll see. I love the fact that we have a variety of interviews. Quite frankly, the ones that go on the local TV, they're way more interesting, in my opinion. Sometimes they're not that much more interesting, but they are unique in their own way. And so I always love trying to get those out. Especially for those of you, basically international, no chance of getting the local privileges that some of us get. So I wonder where Dean is. Is Dean around? I don't know if he's waiting. He's too busy doing this stuff. Let's see. Okay, Dean. Yeah, well, you're seeing it live, cherished lady. I don't know if you realize that, but pretty much. Delayed a little bit, but close enough. Dean Chambers, where are you at? I also want to check all them videos here. Oh yeah. There we go. I am going to check and see if there was anything else with the Steve Kerr interview.
I think just the physicality that we brought to this game compared to game one.
Oh, I already took notes on this. Somewhere. Sunday night. Oh, I messed that up. Yikes. There it is. Got into the ball. Can't go on. Really down 2-0. Dean Chambers. The only problem is I am still searching for the Jordan Poole post game, but Dean is here, and let's get him on. Hello, Dean.
How's it going?
Let's get you even there. All right. Dean came on board at the
Yes, sir.
4:10 mark. Okay,
Yeah.
4:10 Dean. All right. Why don't we go ahead with whatever you need, with the caveat that I might interrupt you for that Jordan Poole podium, which I have
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
idea about. But go ahead.
Yet another great game for Steph Curry. You love to see it. 14 points in the third quarter. It's huge. I think Curry really managed his playmaking and aggression, I guess, very well today. I also thought this was a great emotional win, even with a lot of up and down shooting at times from the Warriors, who seemed to find the right rotations and the right shots at the right time to kind of auto correct while the play is going without having to burn a lot of timeouts. I thought that was excellent. So a lot of great coaching too. I loved our defensive scheme and our effort tonight. This is more of the type of defense I wanted to see on Tatum and Brown. Other than I only had 2 points where I thought we could have been better today in a realistic sense, and that was we still gave up too many corner threes. It's the best shot in basketball. If you get a wide open catch and shoot corner three, so we think we gave up too many of those.
Oh man,
what?
We didn't pass with flying colors?
Oh no, we did.
I'm
It's
kidding.
just
I'm just
in Boston, man.
Yeah.
With the crowd against us, you can't get used to. But that was way better than game one. It was way better than game one. I think the only other point where I would say the Warriors really have to be careful and understand the long-term ramifications is I think we got a little grace tonight that Draymond wasn't given a second tech.
I know. Thank you.
Not a
Tony
little.
Brothers.
We got big time referee grace on that one.
Tony Brothers, baby. Remember the name.
Thank God, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Draymond kind of knows that, but yeah.
Yeah.
If that was Kane Fitzgerald, hell no. Scott Foster, no. I think he would have controlled himself a little bit better, and Draymond wouldn't have scared us into thinking he might get a technical as much.
Yeah, I hope so. He does tend to respond when people try and step over his head, though. We've seen that.
That's a way to bait him, yeah.
So gotta not give up corner threes and keep Draymond
eligible.
Keep Draymond
eligible to play.
Silent and aggressive, not screaming at the wrong guys, but still very aggressive. Other than that, I thought we played great. I really did. Kevon Looney, yet again, led the overall effort on the glass, along with everybody else. I think they had
defense is so good.
It was unbelievable. And, it allows us to dominate the glass without worrying about switching on the perimeter, which is insane. I think Robert Williams is a better defender around the rim.
Excuse me.
But Looney's perimeter defense is really shining right now. Like, you saw all of the Celtics players, it seemed like, try and tack Looney. And I kind of smiled, like they might hit this bucket, but they're not. It's not going to be as easy as it looks. I know he looks slow and meandering, kind of like this real nice dude who just, but he's not easy to score against at all. And I thought, I thought his effort on the glass yet again was really it was almost like, as great as he was individually, it was almost kind of a catalyst for the rest of the team. GP2 and OPJ are a sight for sore eyes, man. I've been missing those two. And I thought Otto Porter had a great game today, just in terms of the overall defense, rebounding.
Sorry. Got Gary Payton. Who doesn't want
I'm glad to have GP2 back.
Gary Payton.
Yeah.
I just got to find it. Hold on. Okay. Can I switch over? Let's see. Let me put your mic on mute, but remember where you are so you can come back to what you were talking about. We will go to Gary Payton. Wife beater Gary. Let's see.
A few other things.
Okay, well, thanks for the tease. Here it is, Gareth with GP2.
Gary, we know you're overcoming an elbow fracture. You played in this game, played 25 minutes in this game. What did it take for you to be on the floor tonight?
Just a call from Steve. I've been available since game one, just waiting. He didn't feel comfortable game one. I gave him a little bit more comfort game two. He put me out there, and just got back to doing what we do best, play Warriors basketball.
I know you wouldn't be out there if there's any kind of liability, but do you feel like you're playing with two hands?
Yes, absolutely. I feel normal again, I got both supports in my hands, so, I feel good, and it feels great to be out there with my teammates.
What did it do for you to hit a three-pointer in this game?
I just reiterated, that everything's feeling good, feeling normal, getting back to, regular season, just trust my shot, and, when I get them, take them.
And let's talk about your teammate, Steph Curry, because Steve said he was breathless tonight, watching Steph, especially in that third quarter, that his conditioning is so good, that he plays two-way basketball. What does it mean to you that Steph Curry is breathtaking?
He's leaving it out there, and it makes me just want to go more harder and, bring energy and effort to the team and, try to make plays for him just to make his job, easier as possible, because he makes everybody else around us easy as possible.
Can you take us behind the scenes a little bit? How does he condition his body? He's 34 years old and he's looking spry.
Yeah, I'm not sure about his summer conditioning because we really don't see him too much, but I know we all know that he's working, and I'm sure it's amazing, but he's dedicated. He does his job. He does his work early in the off season, and like moments in here, he puts it all back in the off season. It just shows what kind of guy he is and what kind of hard work he puts in.
What does it do for you guys to go to Boston 1-1?
We're back to zeros, in our eyes. So try to come out here with the same intensity we came here, bring our 48 minutes that we brought here at Chase, and try to take it there.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wait a second.
Okay. Let's get Dean back on. Dean.
Hey.
All right. GP2 there. But anyway.
Yeah, I was just talking about GP2 and Otto Porter Jr. They're going to be huge for us. They're very much a sight for sore eyes. I thought that honestly, Porter probably should be getting a few more shots, maybe throughout the series. I love the way he gives us like kind of big man rebounding, kind of larger wing, but wing defense, and then just the ability to stretch the court. You play him at like a power forward, so play like Curry, Thompson, Wiggins, Porter, Green. Now that's a lot of defense size. Is excellent. Then I thought GP2, great as he was individually, his biggest impact was allowing us to play Poole more kind of like a scoring guard.
Yep.
Lineup. I didn't realize that Iguodala was out. Is it the neck thing again?
No, it's the knee.
Ah, man.
It's everything, Good.
Yeah,
Lord.
he started college a season before LeBron James entered the NBA, which is crazy. That's, so I hope we do get to see him again, Iguodala. But GB2 and OPJ are huge. I love that Kerr played Bielitsa, a little bit of Moody. I know you were talking about the defensive aspect with Kuminga. I do think the Tice minutes, because they seem to play him as a kind of ninth guy a lot, I do think some of those Tice minutes would be fun to put JK out there. Just a little bit of like, Tice is obviously a grizzled veteran, very consistent, can shoot, good rebounder and defender and everything. But Kuminga's explosive athleticism might make him a little harder to play, and that's one less depth piece for the Celtics. So we're up 7 points between games 1 and 2. We won this enough where we've taken the lead back in the series. It would have been possible, obviously, for us to have won this game and still be behind in points, but this was such a consistent effort of. I'm not sure we won the fourth, but we won the first close, won the second. I think we won the first by 1 and went into halftime up 2. Obviously, that Curry flurry in a hurry. Really, kind of opened the floodgates. And then I was really impressed by. Did you have another video?
Yeah. So hold that thought.
Yeah, I was just really impressed by our lineups in the fourth, the kind of bench lineups.
Okay. JP, the one I've been waiting for. Okay. Let's go to this.
Well, he summoned the crowd is what he did, and that's a moment.
He brought the crowd.
Yes.
Well, he also brought his game to the podium because he got a chance to speak with everybody. Here is Jordan Poole.
You gotta stay.
Make it worthwhile for Jordan. Tim, we'll start with you.
You get the ball with about 34 seconds left at the end of the first half. Are you thinking, I'm going to take 2 threes here in the 2 for 1? What's it going through your mind there?
I think I had just got in with like 130 or something. Steph, I hit a 3. And then coach had called up the play. Steph gave it to me.
At the end of the first half, are you thinking, I'm going to take 2 threes here in the 2 for 1? What's it going through your mind there?
I think I had just got in with like 130 or something. Steph, I hit a 3. And then coach had called up the play. Steph gave it to me for the first one. And then normally at the end of the game clock, I just try to get the last shot up. I was able to connect on both of those today.
Next one on the right.
This team has a thing for third quarter outbursts. What happens at halftime that kind of spurs that?
I mean, we just like coming out in that third quarter. I think we know how important it is to deliver the first punch. Try to be aggressive, physical, decisive. That's pretty much what it is. I think we know how important those first couple minutes are, and we try to execute as best as we can.
Marcus on the right.
What do you learn from Steph about the balance of getting other people involved, attacking, and looking for yours? It seems like you did a good job of that tonight.
I mean, I guess that's the question, huh? Trying to be able to figure out when to do it. But then all of that still being aggressive and looking for your shots, taking what the defense is giving you, and ultimately just trying to make the right plays for the team.
Anthony?
Yeah, this team has more collective shot blocking than any team you guys have faced in these playoffs. What have you learned through 2 games about, I guess the defense you're going against?
Extremely long, extremely lengthy. They do have a lot of shot blockers. They got guys who can meet at the rim. So just trying to figure out ways to play around that. Just keep watching film. That's pretty much all it is to it, I guess.
Jordan, what was the difference for you between games 1 and games 2? And then what did Steph say to you after you hit the half-court shot?
Looking for my shot more. I think the first game I was trying to get my teammates involved, trying to get them easy looks because they were crowding me and they had a lot of attention on me in the non-Steph minutes. But just being aggressive, and we talked about it in shoot around a couple of days ago. Somebody was going to hit a half-court shot in this series, whether it was me or Steph. I just happened to hit it.
We'll go over here to the right.
Jordan, throughout the last couple of games, I feel like it's been a fill out between both of you guys, and you found your rhythm in the third quarter. I guess my question for you is, you got GP in, Iguodala's out. What were you most pleased about in seeing GP's presence in tonight's game?
First and foremost, we are so lucky to have him back. I'm glad we got him back on the court, playing at the highest stage, and you can just see his impact. The way he disrupts defenses and how he gets up in transition, makes plays, come up with loose balls, and everything like that matters, especially at the highest level. So, so thankful to have him back and continue to ride the momentum that we just got.
Anything else for Jordan?
There was JP. We have so much more to get to. A little more Draymond Green. We got to talk about Kevon Looney, Andrew Wiggins, Clay. We have so much to talk about. So stay with us. This is
Dean, my guy.
My man.
Yes, sir. They have a lot to talk about, but we've already talked about a lot of that. So congratulations. Yep. You're ahead of the curve.
I guess final little note about the game that I want to say is we had more shot attempts, more combined, stocks, steals, and blocks. Less turnovers, same number of threes, about the same rebounds, close in free throws, less turnovers. And I thought we matched their physicality very well. Right.
Yep.
I think a key to this series is like we talked about last time, is not just the game plan, but understanding that these Celtics, the reason they're in the NBA Finals is because they fought and clawed and were down and won clutch game after the first round.
Yep.
Really think about what they did last game.
Yep.
After having gone 7 against Milwaukee, after losing game 6 at home and having to win game 7 in Miami, they flew to San Francisco. They haven't been home since game 6. They built this entire season on overcoming and fight, and so did we, of course. But our playoffs, we just 5-6-5 is just it was I thought it was dominant, but we needed that wake up call. I think if we play with the same physicality and energy and fight and hustle and play this type of game plan more than the other, I think that'll put us in a much better position. This felt like a game. Like, could we have won game 1? Yeah, but this felt like we played the way where we should have won this game, and we did.
Yep.
This kind of leads me into one of my questions, I guess, which is how do we read this series so far? Now that the Warriors went up again by such a large amount, do we read it as the Warriors have won? I think we lost the fourth quarter today by a few points. But since we won, do we say the Warriors have won 7 out of 8 quarters so far? Do we say
yeah, I've never really looked at things that way. I mean, every game kind of takes its own shape. So
Sure, but was that the Celtics really playing to the level that they're normally going to play at in game one? Or did the Warriors have a strong chance at being up a huge amount, really, in these first two games? You know, how much credence do we give essentially kind of two very close first halves, two incredible Warriors third quarters, and then one great Warriors fourth quarter and one really terrible Warriors fourth quarter? You know, like how do we understand what is really the level that we've played at so far? Because I would say that fourth quarter problem we had in game one was a legitimate issue, and that if we play like that in Boston, there's no 12-point lead in the third. You know, we're going to lose that game. Whereas this game, I think if we play that way in Boston, we'll have a chance to win. Whether we do or not, we'll have a chance to win throughout the whole game. So I guess the real answer that I can give is that these teams are pretty even. And we'll have to see how the Warriors perform in game three. Now, Clay played great defensively, and obviously he wasn't hot offensively today. But I think one of the big questions going forward is how do we get Clay consistent and easier shots? Because, you know,
yeah, run a couple.
He's a killer. He's going to try and take a shot when he feels like he's open, and especially if he feels like he hasn't gotten one in a while, just because he's Klay Thompson and that's keeping the defense honest. But, you know, the type of player he is, the other people on the team need to understand how to get him better shots, I think, where it's not passing to him with like 6 seconds left on the shot clock and he's on the wing and has to create something, you know, all the time. He could do it, but we need to figure out how to maximize Clay on offense. I loved his defensive intensity today, though. Man, he played. That was. He doesn't still quite look as quick laterally as prime Clay, which is fine because he's coming off an ACL and Achilles tear back to back, and he's what, halfway through a season right now in terms of total games. But man, in terms of the physicality, contests, length, the energy and focus, especially on the ball, that was a classic Klay Thompson game we got defensively today. And so big props to him on that. This is probably more important anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if you're worried about Klay Thompson, you must be a new Warriors fan. I mean, I'm not worried. Like,
no, I'm not worried. I just think there's another level we can get out of him that'll give us a major competitive advantage in terms of offense.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he's coming out and he's trying to hit home runs before he hits singles. It's simple as that.
And we're not I don't know what the baseball analogy would be, but we're not like finding him the easiest positions to get the shot attempts that he needs to get up, because he's a killer and he needs to get the shot attempts up. Otherwise, we're not going to get Clay. So we need to figure out a way to make it easier for him and a little bit less hotly contested, I guess.
I mean, sure, but a lot of it is just time. I mean, it's just like that's how it works, you know. So we're rusty, and just play another game. I mean, the good news is he can erupt at any moment. This guy
no doubt
is coming back. His style, again, here I am flipping it on its head. Instead of people worrying about Clay, be happy that it's Clay, because if it was a regular player, then yeah, maybe you should be worried because, oh, maybe this guy is normal, so he goes into a slump and everything. Clay may be in a slump, but in the next day he can snap his fingers and boom, he's back. And that's something the Celtics still worry about. And because they worry about that stuff, they're not gonna stop hounding him. And it just takes some time. So when that day
And
comes,
we've already seen it. We've already seen it twice in the biggest moments, right? In Game 6 versus Memphis and Game 5 versus the Mavericks. Clay went completely. I think he had 16 threes in those 2 games total.
Yeah. So
still, if Clay is getting properly set up by the rest of the team, you cut out some of those,
and he'll blow it up. He'll take a bad shot. So, that's Clay though. Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. I think it's a huge competitive advantage that we haven't taken advantage of yet.
You try. You should try. You shouldn't go into the game. Oh, he'll figure it out. Like I'm saying, I'm just trying to give.
Let me put it this way. I want to get Clay a 0-1 dribble shot for him to take.
Great.
Not where he has to cross over and all those other things, because Clay, when the team gets him going on purpose, his superpower, once he catches fire, is he doesn't miss. Right? And he doesn't even need to dribble or anything like that. So you talk about flipping on its head. How about this? I predict that Klay Thompson, we don't do predictions too much, but I predict that Klay Thompson will have a hyper-efficient game in Game 3 in Boston. Maybe like 20-something points on like 12 to 14 shots, something like that. Maybe a couple free throws.
Yeah, sure.
We get that. Man, there can't be another player tougher in this series mentally than Clay. I mean, all he has to do is look down at his legs. No one can want this more than him. So I'm sure his energy is just,
And that menu.
Hang on.
And that's embroidery. But yeah, we
does
print that
that.
too.
One of these screens
Sure, we
is
can
went
print
off by
there. We can
itself.
even help design it.
Oh, there it
We
is.
make printers.
Yeah, we're done with that one.
yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm sure his energy and his focus is just out of this world.
For me,
And
after analyzing Q3 and Q4 of Game 1, we just need to play good defense. And if Clay plays great defense, that's all that matters to me. Like, we can't.
exactly. We got that today.
But we're gonna get in transition, and that's how you're gonna get Clay an open shot, and then that's how he's gonna get hot. Is your defense gets a couple stops. We get the ball moving. They're on their heels. Bam, bam, swing, swing. Clay's wide open. They're on their heels. Splash. All of a sudden, everybody thinks Clay's back. When, it was really Warriors basketball. So, for me, it's just the defense. Like, based on what I saw, Boston's awesome. Very physical. And then Jason and Jalen on the wings. That's very tough to play defense against. But the way we're playing defense, man.
Was it in the first half? I think it was Jaylen Brown drove the lane, and Clay went up and contested the shot like out of nowhere.
Pretty much.
I didn't even know he could get up that high still. And it just, boom, there was Klay Thompson meeting him at the rim. I think Jaylen Brown was like, where did you come from, man?
Yeah, that was impressive.
I love that. And just the energy he brought all night. Again, as you were saying, Rich, you need to trust Clay. We all need to trust Clay. 1 for 8. That'll be 8 for 10 at some point, I think.
No
but that as long as that energy and that defense is there, and as long as the defense has to respect him like he's Klay Thompson, well, he's doing great. Let's see. Well, obviously, no matter what, we have to try and win Game 5. Game 5 at this point is a must-win because it's the last game at home before Game 7. But what do you think the coaching staff is emphasizing more? Like, obviously, trying to win both in Boston, but is Game 3 or Game 4 the bigger, I guess, test of our execution? Do you think?
Oh, you're just taking one game at a time. So
yeah,
I mean, you try and win Game 3 the best way that you can. Pretty much use the same formula of defense and physicality, and see where that takes you. I mean, it's up to Boston to adjust. Now that's their job to figure out how to get Marcus Smart and Horford more than 2 points each. So,
and I would say the reason I'm bringing this up is like that there's two different vibes depending on what happens. Obviously, of course, you're trying to just win the first quarter and then win the second, and then go on from there, win the third and fourth, but let's say we're only guaranteed one win in Boston, and we have won a road game, right? If you win Game 3, you go up 2-1, but then that might mean losing Game 4, going home. Game 5 series tied 2-2, right? On the other hand, if you won a game in Boston, then came home and won, that's a pretty big psychological advantage. But you go down 1-2, right? And you have to try and win 2 out of 3 games in a row in Boston while still having to win at home. So I don't have an answer. I just think it's interesting trying to think of like what the 7-game series type like long view would be on that. It would be an interesting question to ask, although I don't think we get a straight answer because it's the finals. But
no,
yeah,
I think you're overthinking it. I mean, you just game plan one game at a time. You don't think about Game 4 at all. I don't care where it is. It's the next game. That's my job. I'm a basketball player. I'm Steph Curry. I get hired to win and make clutch plays when they need me the most. So I will do that next game. So we're going to go out there. Ball is tipped, and we're going to bring the same intensity that we had today, which was not the same intensity we had in Game 1. So we'll see what happens, see what Boston does. And so far, I like our defense. And I don't know. I still worry about Jordan Poole's defense, just based on every nitpicky thing that I saw in Game 1. But we do have GP2 back. And I'm just throw the ball out there and let's see, try to score on me, Boston. See what happens. And you never know. Maybe we got in their heads, and maybe they'll screw up again.
I don't think so. This team is very tough. But I think you know what? What you just sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say what you said kind of sounds like an answer that I would give myself. Like, forget about it. Just try and win quarter one. Just try and win quarter one.
Got to stay in the moment. Got to stay in the moment. That's the moment right now that we need you in. Just one at a time. You can't think about, what are the mathematical odds? Sure. Yeah. Boston's awesome. Yeah. Chances are it's a split, blah, blah, blah. But I can't worry about that right now. I got a game in front of me. My job is to beat the living crap out of the Celtics in Game 3, and I'm going to try. So beyond that, It's just way too complicated.
Mm-hmm.
And it would mess me
Absolutely.
up for game 3, so I got to just stay.
No, you're right.
Do my
You're right.
job.
I'm still glad I asked though, because that's probably the best answer I could have gotten.
Yeah, no problem. My job.
All right. Well,
all right. Anything else? What's
I
going
was,
on in the comments?
Huh?
What's going on in the comments?
I haven't seen Well, game 3. Yep. Someone said Clay is like Minesweeper. I like it. Eventually, he's going to hit the block that blows everything up.
Man, Steph is just you almost take him for granted, like stuff that he does. Man,
Someone said that Golden State gets lucky, and they're slowly starting to think that Poole is better than Curry.
Who?
His name's Steph Nenek.
Wait, who said Poole's better than Curry? Are you nuts? Have you watched Steph play team defense? It's unbelievable. Like,
you know what?
guys, go watch my video.
I hope eventually you're right. As long as Jordan Poole's on the Warriors, cool. If he can surpass Steph, man, I'll take it.
He's got a long
He's
way
not
to
there
go
yet,
on
though.
defense.
He's got a long way to go on everything.
Yeah, well, decision making, sure, and all that.
No, except free throws. Free throws, he's there. My last thing, and I know how important this, the philosophy of comparison is the thief of joy is to what we're doing here, because most of the time when people try and compare, it's really about like diminishing or like finding ways to attack other people. But I was looking at this roster and the 2016 roster, and I thought there were some interesting, let's say there are some interesting similarities between the way that they were built. Obviously, I have Draymond, Clay, and Steph. Iguodala is no longer anywhere near the same player as he was in 2016, obviously, and that's just aging. But other than those four, Looney was on the team, but he didn't really play in the playoffs. So I just had him for this year as sort of a separate player. You're looking at Harrison Barnes and Andrew Wiggins in that kind of 3-4, slashing defender who can shoot well type role. And then as like the playmaker off the bench, then you had Livingston, obviously, and right now you have Jordan Poole, the defensive-minded big man who's set crushing screens and can pass pretty well. You got Andrew Bogut then, Kevon Looney now. This is kind of crazy, but I get a feeling Gary Payton II's like a defensive version of Leandro Barbosa a little bit. It's a very, very athletic kind of little guy who can really dominate the game in just this kind of subtle ways and sometimes even in short bursts. But I think there's some sort of, I don't know, maybe it's just the personality, but I think there's something there. I don't really remember Ian Clark that much. I always liked the Warriors, but I didn't become like diehard every day, know every single player on the roster until a few years ago. Obviously, I was watching and cheering for the team and everything, but I don't remember Ian Clark that much. But I figured just position-wise and everything, probably in this team, the similarity would be Damian Lee. Festus Ezeli on the 2016 and Otto Porter Jr. on this team. And maybe Maurice Spates and Jonathan Kuminga. That was the best I could come up with that one. Brandon Rush and maybe Moses Moody. Then Anderson Varejao and Nemanja Bjelica. And James Michael McAdoo and Juan Testosterone.
Did you call him Juan Testosterone?
Oh, yeah, man. I want to see more Juan testosterone. He doesn't have to dive head first into stands in Boston. Although he left, I'm sure there's still a little bit of his the back of his head just behind the scorer's table over there from last year. But I love seeing Juan just being that hustle player, man. Anyway, I think the kind of players that we have now have a sort of similarity to that 2016 roster in some ways. Although it's slightly less defensive, a lot more shooting, which I think is necessary comparing 2015 or 16 to today. And of course, by 2016, almost every player on that roster had some championship experience. But I do think this team is a little better offensively than even the 2016 Warriors. I know the regular seasons are nowhere close to being the same, but that team went 12-5, 1-3 losses through the Western Conference, and this team went 1-1, so they went 12-4. I hope it doesn't end the same way, of course, but I do wonder if maybe some of that tape could be used looking at the type of roster that we have right now. And that was the last major point that I was thinking of today, other than thank God we won, man. And Boston's coming back. Boston's a great team. They're extremely well put together and coached and led by everybody. They're not, they are as locked in and confident going into Game 3 as we were going into this game today after the loss. This series already began. Very first game, this series really truly began, because they say it doesn't begin until the home team loses. So it already began Game 1. We got home court advantage back, and let's see if what happened today travels.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not doing any comparing to the 2016. It's really, I don't think that does anything for me. But as far as going to Boston, yeah, should be fun. We'll have another media day extravaganza in Boston, probably the day before. So what is it going to be? Wednesday, Friday? I think it's Wednesday, Friday. Yep. So quick turnaround there for us older guys on the Warriors. Wednesday, Friday. So we got 72 hours minus 6 o'clock local time, so minus 4, so about 68 hours. But yeah, should be fun.
Do you know the updated injury report on Robert Williams?
No. So we'll see.
They're pointing out in the comments that he didn't quite look the same after Smart landed on his knee. I'm glad he was able to. He came back and played after that, so I'm glad to see that. I don't want to see these Celtics get injured or anything like that. But that would be a major swing one way or the other if he's feeling healthier or if they're being more cautious with him going throughout the series.
Yeah.
He's just playing BBQ chicken for the Warriors. That's disrespectful, but it's a little bit funny.
What is it?
Bruce said Tice is playing BBQ chicken for the Warriors.
Huh. Well, yeah, so far. Might play better at home.
He hit a big 3 against us in Game 1. And yes, the Celtics role players will play better at home, as most role players do, I think. So going to be big time fight in Game 3.
Yeah, it'll be physical, much more so. I mean, Grant Williams is going to look at that tape. Jaylen Brown's going to look at that tape. Draymond's going to have a target on his back. So
Yeah. I think the Warriors will go in feeling a little better now that we've beaten this team in this series, though. A little bit more calm. Every player on this team, other than old Jim Wiseman, has won a championship level game now. So and JP's confidence has to be up 200% from where it was in game one, I would think.
Yep.
Yeah, when does Dre not have a target on his back? It's maybe rather than a backpack, maybe it's that target that's weighing down his jumper,
Yeah. I still worry about JP's defense. So
yep.
I like the rotation the way it is. GP2 in there first.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll see what happens. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I love the defense, though. They really stepped it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that little bit more depth. We basically played GP2 and Bielitsa a little bit more. I guess Iguodala was out today, but just that little bit more depth. They put Moody in at one point, which I loved. He played pretty well. That dude is not bothered or fazed by anything already. Yep, Bucks, Nets, and Heat are much more ISO heavy than the Warriors. They did figure it out, but again, we also figured out how to play the shortness of the rotation and the Celtics' own kind of ISO style offense. I think I think we did what I watched that video of yours, the breakdown of game one. That was awesome. I loved it. And I thought you talking about playing Tatum and Brown more as playmakers really worked. And they took a lot more shots, which at least hopefully will tire them out just a little bit going throughout this series. Roland saying he thinks the Celtics get more physical when they get desperate, looking at Smart.
Yeah, everybody does. Yeah.
And
So
that
did
might be Memphis.
So did Memphis. Everybody does that to us.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I do think if that's the case, then maybe you try and draw some fouls either through attacking the rim or doing something I wish this team would do just a little more, which is not James Harden like pump fake and don't even throw up a shot that can go in, but just see if the Celtics will jump a little bit. We've been jumping a lot in their pump fakes, and they're just flying right by them, almost kicking them in the head sometimes. I wonder if you could take advantage of that. Like, let's see if you can get them over aggressive and then playing a little bit too fast, almost, if they're going to come out playing that way. But they're very smart. Rich, the Celtics. A lot of people made a lot about our championship experience, but it's super, super top heavy. It's like the trio, Iguodala and Looney, right? And then everybody else on the roster, I don't think any of them ever made even a conference finals before.
Yeah.
Whereas a ton of people all throughout the depth of the Celtics have either been on other teams that have played quite a few playoff games, or they've been part of that Celtics run where they went to 4 conference finals in 6 years. So I think their depth of experience was a little higher throughout, like down the board. And some of the guys who hadn't been through that, like Derek White, he's coming straight from San Antonio in the Popovich system, so he knows how to play, right? Huh?
I'm impressed by that guy. He gets downhill really quick.
Yeah.
Especially for
he's way more dangerous on offense than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Stop Big Al. That's huge. Clayton's right on that. Ryan B's talking about game 3 or 4, and we came to a conclusion we should worry about winning the first quarter of the next game that we play, and then the second quarter, and then the quarter after that, and the quarter after that, and then the next game. So I get you, but Rich is right. Just stay in the present. Stay in the present, see what we can do. We haven't gotten the Clay game this series, but it's only 2 games in. You want to see the most recent one? Just go to Game 5 in the Mavericks. Hit what, 32? Hit 8 threes. It was pretty good. C's and Dubs both haven't lost 2 in a row in the playoffs yet.
That's insane.
I think those are things that you probably don't tell the team. They just seem like extra pressure without much. They're little empty calories. But as a fan, that's going to break at some point. I think it has to. I guess it doesn't have to, but I think it probably will. So trying to win 2 games in a row is going to be very important, especially if we want to try and prevent this from going to 7 and trying to win in 6 or under. Which MJ, if you're up in a series, you don't want it to go to Game 7. If you're down, that's okay. But if you're up, you try and get it done in 6 or fewer.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Hey, Rich has done this for us for 5 hours. Pretty sweet. With COVID, doing a giveaway, doing a bunch of other videos. So please splash the like, and if you like it, if you dig the positivity, subscribe, man. Let's get some subscriptions too.
Hey, yeah, Wiggs. Wiggs has been playing well. He missed a lot of layups, but him putting pressure on the rim is very key.
I love that he was just fearlessly going after those layups, even with the type of shot blocking that the Celtics had, because eventually, he didn't get blocked every time, so they have to start trying to stop him from getting to the rim, which kind of opened up the rest of the court and allowed a lot more dribble penetration. He played absolutely incredible today, yet again. Wiggins is one of the best motors and killer. Like, it's a very quiet killer instinct, but best motors and just toughness on the team right now, which is awesome. Yeah. No one would have said that about him 3 months ago, but it's obvious right now, I think.
$5 or $6. I mean, I'm not going to complain if we go 7 and we win 7.
As long as we end the year with a win, I'm happy.
Yeah.
The season, I mean, I don't care about the middle of next year. Ryan's got Wiggs with an effective field goal percentage of 70+. That's a take, my man, but I hope you're right. That'd be great. Can you imagine? They were layups. Oh, let's see. Oh, I really liked Steve Kerr's timeouts today. I thought he really had a great control over kind of exactly when and where we needed to have a timeout and where it was okay to let it play. I thought he absolutely nailed it today in terms of that. And the rotations were for the most part, I think, pretty spot on. And Belly's really playing well, man. You know, he hit a couple layups, and just the way he was rebounding, size, they have to guard him, you know. It gives us potential even when our starters are resting, let's say you know, if the game's if we have a little bit of a lead, you could do like GP2, JP, GP2, Moody, Porter, and Bielitsa. That's quite a bit of size, defense, rebounding, and shooting, and it's just one of the reasons I love the way that the Warriors have valued depth this year and throughout the years. You know, because it's great to be able to have as many pieces as we have, and we still are out Iguodala and James Wiseman. It's unbelievable team building.
Mm-hmm.
I hope Iguodala plays Game 3.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope he's all right, man.
Just a couple more weeks, Dre.
Every
Just
week
a couple more weeks, man. But yep. Did you have anything else you wanted to ask me, Rich?
Oh, not really. Just finishing up videos here on the channel so that people can watch some of the stuff that we went through. I don't think I'm missing anything. Yep. What do we got in the... I know, Belly, man. Wow. Way to go, Belly. Step up like that.
Yeah. Who did he stop? Was it... Did he have a stop on Tatum or something? Or Brown at the rim? It was crazy. He just flew in like he was... I don't know. Like he was... Like he was a well-known shot blocker or something. It was great.
Yeah, very, very impressive.
We're gonna need that type of energy from everybody in Boston.
Yeah.
Look, man, Boston in the finals. That's a hard place to win. You know.
Yes, sir.
There, some of those people in the crowd are gonna say some crazy stuff, some stuff that really gets under some of the players' skins. I would bet. But those are the type of crowds that are real fun to quiet if you can do it. That feels real good. But hey, the Celtics are a classic franchise for a reason. So a big reason for that is Boston. So it's going to be nothing but fun. Trying to win a game in the finals of the parquet.
Should be good. I mean, trying to think back on time when I went to Boston. Yeah, the setup is really interesting there. You can get really good video of it's a maze. TD Garden is a maze as far as media. But if you find the right path, you can get right next to the Warriors huddle, right before they run into the arena. And I hope they get some shots of that. Man, go through a lot of physical toll to get those shots. For
only there were
it's on the channel.
If only there were two of us, huh? You know?
If you go look at Andre says a prayer before in the Warriors huddle or something like that. Let's go look it up. Maybe it's there. You get to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go youtube.com. Let's go Warriors. Let's do a search. Let's go Warriors. Iguodala prayer. There it is. There it is. Iguodala leads prayer. Where's 30? Where's 30? Let's check this out.
Can you tell me that?
I can't see it up here.
Oh, hold on. Let me pause it. I got it shared on the wrong screen. So let's go back here. There we go. Roll it back a little bit. There's Jonathan Kuminga.
I don't be knowing who they look like. They look like this dude, girl. I don't know.
That's Boston.
We got what we got.
And there's even more. We'll see later in the hallway. It's so unique.
I think you're right here, though. That's a bar. Larry, you gonna make it? We're waiting on you, man.
They can afford to wait.
I'd never heard Andre do a prayer before, ever. 10 years.
Hey man, let's finally get this win. Keep it moving. Just up. 1, 2, 3.
Gary, always the last one. Man, that's basically my favorite. And then you go here and it's crazy. Then you walk in.
Let's go, come on, Mike. You're scary. Walter.
And that's where I go, oh, I better find a place to hang low. And that's what I used to do, folks. All of that, honestly, it takes a physical toll on you. So enjoy that. Enjoy that while you can. There's actually another one. I forget. Let's see. Boston Tunnel. I don't know. What do we? Oh yeah. Boston fan yells, "I love you, Steph." They will not do that this time, but that was
Duracell,
fun.
we're
That was
obsessed with
fun.
bringing a better battery
Let's
to
do
life.
Boston
New
again.
Duracell with power boost ingredients helps this
We gotta
mobile
do
spin
this
longer.
again next time as well.
And the longer this mobile
This is
spins,
so fun.
the longer you have.
4 more
to snag
seconds
a
on this
power nap.
ad. Yeah. Here they come. Oh shoot, sorry guys. Do this. Okay. Let's see how long this is. 2 minutes. How many views this has? 16,000. Should have more. But oh well. I love you. That's about it. So, pretty neat little alleyway there. It was good. Sean, Livingston, and Joe Lacob. So Boston's fun. It's fun. Although near the arena, there's not a whole lot to do, unfortunately.
Yeah. Ryan B said the next game is on his birthday, so he's not able to. Probably won't be able to watch too much of it. But happy birthday, Ryan!
Yes, sir.
I hope you have a great one.
Is Ryan a Gemini?
It's May, so Leo? No, it's June.
June 9th. Let's check that. June 9th, Zodiac. Gemini.
Oh, swish. You got it.
You know why I asked?
Why?
Because Geminis rule.
Are you a Gemini?
Yes, sir.
Hey, nice. Cool.
Amy, are you? Don't know. All right. Anything else, people? I'm going to call it a night and just rest. Oh, so tired.
Yeah. I wasn't feeling super great past couple days, so whenever you're ready, Rich, I'm good with me. So happy we could watch a win though today. That was so much fun, man. That was so much fun.
Especially good in that they adjusted to, oh, Amy's a Gemini. Oh no. They adjusted to the problems that they had in game one. Mainly just stay in front of your guy, please. And when you do, be a little tough on him. A la Clay on Jalen.
Yeah, man.
Defense. Anyway.
Absolutely.
And then it felt like we were really learning and growing and getting better within the game. So we'll see if it keeps translating. I can't wait to see how Boston responds. Is it just pure talent from JB and JT? What is it? Is it Marcus Smart deciding to, because I've noticed he hasn't really attacked all that much. And he's trying to feel it out too, it feels like. But if I don't know if he normally attacks, but you know what? Steph is doing such a great job on defense as well. He's keeping in front.
Steph's playing incredible defense, man. I can't believe how many times I notice him specifically. Because lots of times in defense, you're watching the whole team, right? Mm-hmm. And like one guy's movement will stand out a little bit. So many times in these past two games and throughout the playoffs, but especially these past two games, Steph has popped out defensively to me. This dude is 34. He should not be getting better at defense, but he's Steph Curry, baby.
he's always in the right place at the right time. I only had a couple little criticisms for him in game one, but they were game plan type things where he was in the zone. And, we didn't play a whole lot of zone tonight, which game one, the zone was more it felt like we were playing zone every time Jordan Poole was on the floor. So I'm curious to see that part too. So,
well, if it's giving up open corner threes, we can't play it. We just can't.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
I kind of liked one-on-one versus whoever. We seem to be doing pretty well with that for the most part.
Just switch them. We're doing pretty well. It's up to Celtics to figure out that when we switch, and as Jason told them, attack us. See.
I would say even don't switch until they attack, because sometimes the pre-switching is getting us out of rhythm. What I know is that when they came up the court, if we chose who we wanted by the time they crossed half court and stuck with it until someone tried to drive or whatever, we didn't seem to have the defensive breakdowns of especially one side of the court or the other that we had when we were over switching a little. Well, you want to get guys in the best lineups you can, but constant switching might not be the best for this Boston offense, because although they don't move a lot, they are so sneaky good at creating a wide open shot that you didn't see coming. Their offense is really underrated, I think, in the ability for them to get good shots for all four other players on the court who don't have the ball. It's a little bit like ours in that way, at least from the first two games that I've watched.
All right. Yeah. I'm just going to be very curious to see our defense once again, what Boston's adjustment is. And then when Jordan Poole comes in, before that, when JP comes in, how well we keep playing defense. And then when Jordan comes in, how well does he play defense? So those are my concerns going in. And also how the Celtics will respond, because they're going to respond some way.
They're going to respond.
And it's going to be interesting to see what that will be like. So those are the things that I'm looking forward to, and just the spirit of competition type stuff.
Absolutely.
Here we go. Steph, two-way player. We got to leave it on that good note. Thanks, everybody. Everyone splash that like button.
Steph likes shooting and ball handling. You know what? There's no denying it. That's true.
And if anybody sees the giveaway winner, we had Fat Lady Diva, we had Courtney Carter, and I got Bruce's email, so he's locked in. So we got to get a couple more people, but I got to do a better job. I got to get over this COVID, first of all. This is killing me. So
yeah, man.
Hopefully by Wednesday, I will have completely cleared all the symptoms. But I think right now I'm going to take a nice long hot shower, because it felt like I just played.
Yeah.
I don't know if the virus is pulling me down, but good to get a win tonight. Would have been much tougher to deal with the loss.
Thank God we were able to at least avenge kind of game one a little.
Exactly. All right, guys.
All right.
Thank you all. We'll see you in 68 hours.
Yep.
Take care,
And
folks.
for all you
3, 2, 1.
Geminis, check out Gemini Home Entertainment. They've got some interesting instructional videos. Pretty fun.
Oh, yikes. Okay.
Yep.
All right, then. 3, 2, 1. We're out. End broadcast. Thanks, Dean.
Go Warriors.